Hey chat, I have some bad news. The stream may have already peaked before stream.
Oh, yeah.
Because Ryan, historically, when he has joined stream, has not gotten Fugi working. However, this time, I helped him. I got
My
hello
dog
George.
is still freaked out because I laughed so much. Oh, hi, monster.
Let me. I made a proposal to Ryan as to what his Fugi should be, and
Well, I suggested the initial iteration. You
Yes.
developed it into something of true greatness.
yes, okay, so
But I'll be quiet. I'll
yeah,
just
be quiet
until you
as
show
I
it.
as I transition over. All right, everyone, please say hello to Ryan. Ryan, how are you today?
I'm very well, thanks.
Good morning, Dunder. 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 Good
dear.
morning, Dunder. Good morning, Dunder. Good morning, Dunder. Good morning, Dunder.
This is just for the every time you talk. Every time you
To
talk.
call this place evil implies a clarity of purpose
It's
that I do
peak,
not
doesn't
want
it?
to attribute to anyone
This is
involved.
stream peak. This is it. Stream speaks. It's
It's
not
the
getting
way
any
it
better than
moves.
this.
It moves across.
Yeah, it's
I'm really glad I found a PNG. I'm glad I found a PNG. I can't remember why I found the PNG. I was like, I was just dicking around or something, and I was like, you were
Right.
like, do you have a Fugi you can use? And I was just like, got this PNG of Riker here.
Yeah. and so we have Riker, and I'm like, you can have a different image for when you're talking. It's just, I think
Yeah.
I love the fact that like the buff one doesn't like it's not a PNG, it's just a JPEG with the background. It's
I miss these like glorious professional photo shoots like TV shows used to have, because they're
No,
all like phones or like screenshots from the actual show now. You know.
and it's like,
Don't let
damn.
this undermine my power and my knowledge, the power and knowledge I bring to this stream. The muscles represent my knowledge.
Where do you work out? At the library.
Yeah, exactly. Lifting all those Encyclopedia Britannicas, the top shelf.
Oh my god, Rat Whiskers is right. The right thigh expands when you talk. It's even better.
Riker skipped leg day.
It's so awful.
The only thing that would make it better is if he became like Series 1 Riker without the beard.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh my god. That would be like 60s Muscle Man style. Oh fuck.
There will be a
can't
mod
breathe.
potentially. There will be a mod for this stream, which will make Riker buffer potentially.
I can't breathe. Stream peaks stream has peaked. We're 10 minutes in. It's not getting any better than this.
I pity people who are gonna. Well, no, maybe I don't pity people. People who are gonna walk in on this. It's gonna be beautiful.
Right, like it'll have subsided, and then we're just going to chat, and they're gonna be like, "Wait a minute, what's going on?" You know what this is? This is chai core. This is chai coded, 100%. Right? It's Star Trek. It's dumb bullshit that like clearly doesn't work. Right? Like your Fugi is it's misaligned, and it's dumb bullshit that you come in and you ask what the fuck is going on, but there is no answer.
Yep. It's perfect. It's when I look at stuff like this. Oh god, it's just I'm watching it happen. I have to turn my screen off. Life needs to be more silly. Do you know what I miss, Fred? I miss fruit hats. Where did fruit hats go? You know, maybe they're just too heavy. People these days are weak. They're not strong enough to wear a fruit hat.
I like the idea of that being like something Tucker Carlson whinges about. Americans, hold on, I need to turn myself down so that I don't like blow people's ears out. Today's Americans don't have strong enough necks to wear fruit hats. Now the left will tell you that that's just fine. But we know that we could have glorious fruit hats if we so chose, but the left says no.
Left thinks parties should be fun. If you didn't leave a party with a fractured vertebrae, it wasn't a proper party back in my day.
Someone just redeemed up yours woke moralists on that.
Yeah. I'm sorry, everyone.
God, I love that one. By the way, I wanted to say, hey, Baronet, thank you very much for the raid. You came in right as we're starting stream. I
want to have sex with the brown M&M.
Good. I keep forgetting that I want to have sex with the brown M&M as a sound alert. Oh, thank you, Baronade. I'm
Everyone
glad you like
wants to
it.
have sex with Buff Riker right now.
Yeah.
That's what's happening.
And actually, this is, for those who don't know, the composer for Down the Rabbit Hole. He makes all the music.
Yes. You may not recognize me.
You might be asking yourself, how can someone so buff and handsome also be such an incredible composer?
Will Riker got this buff from playing the trombone.
The trombone and like that game that he brought back.
The one where they like hit each other with the big sticks while they're blindfolded.
Yeah,
that sounds like it looks like a medieval punishment.
It does. I love it.
I love that episode. I'm Baronade. Thank you so much. It really means a lot. But I love that episode. It's with Riker's dad or whatever, and they're doing this. It's meant to be a Japanese martial art, but they just try and hit each other with sticks. And then his dad does something remotely like skillful. It looks like it could be from judo or or kendo or something like that. And he's like, "That's banned. You've been doing that the whole time." It's like you did a move in the game where we hit each other with sticks over the head whilst we're blindfolded.
It looks like one of those shows you'd see on like one of the manly channels where people are trying to knock each other off of like big tall stands over water.
In the UK we have shows like that, but they're mainly made in like car parks, like a pub car park, and they're like, lift this beer crate up and throw it over the building. That's what we have in the UK.
Gotcha. Stuff like Spike TV, American Gladiator, and it's just like everyone's hitting each other with foam bullshit.
I don't know if my other dog was picking up on the mic then. I'm making Buff Riker.
Making Buff Riker bark. Wait, I want to see if it happens again. There was...
They've stopped. Dogs never cooperate.
No. I remember there was someone with a chimpanzee as a PNG tuber, right? Like they were just using Fugi.
Yes, I read this. Maybe I sent it to you as well. It's amazing.
You might have. Yeah, you might have sent it to me. Did you? I woke up blearily this morning.
Cite your sources, Fred.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you're the one who linked it to me. Yeah, there's a dude who was streaming and there was a drive-by outside, and every time a shot was fired, it was loud enough to activate the Fugi, and so like the chimpanzee would open its mouth every time there was a shot.
This is the most unsettling thing ever imagined. It's beautiful. Even more unsettling than Buff Riker barking.
Yeah.
I feel this is very Nick Nocturne core. Is like barking sounds and getting buffer.
Well,
Fred,
Nick's a
yeah, it was
cat,
Fred's
but
drive-by.
Nick's a
It was
cat.
Fred's drive-by.
Yeah, it was. I created a legendary stream moment.
And another one today. So thank you. Oh dear. Yeah. How have
Oh,
you been,
God.
Fred?
Oh my god. Okay. Actually, I had a weird moment last night because I have been so buried in work. Right? I have had a million things to do for months. And like for the past month and a half or something, I have barely had time for any leisure, right? Like I haven't done very much other than work. But then like last night I was like, wait a minute. I'm pretty well caught up. Oh my god. And then Mike messages me. He's like, "Hey Fred." I'm like, "Yeah." And he said prodigiously. This was prodigious. He said, "Want to play Helldivers?" And I thought for a second and I said, "Yeah. Yeah, fuck yeah, I want to play Helldivers." So I hit up my brother, I hit up Junie, and we just fought some automatons.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Mike might tell the story on his stream. Hey chat, hey Mike chatters. Did Mike tell the story on his stream of when he got to play with a dev? Because that happened to him. Yeah, did he was telling me last night that he got to play with the dev and the dev was just hot dropping the new mech suit in like just dropping like autocannon mechs for everyone. And it was awesome. Then he was running around and picking up all of the samples for everyone. It was just a real bro move.
Nepotism, Fred. There's one thing I hate is
Yeah.
nepotism.
Yeah. Is it?
Disappointed. I tell you what
Isn't
I
that-
like. I like playing the trombone and I like gains.
Isn't nepotism like what the British Empire is built on though?
Exactly. And I'm missing out. That's why I hate it.
Okay, so Ryan, before we got to your wheel of the weird,
You've renamed You've renamed it. It's Ryan Roulette. Fucking give me my credit here.
Ryan Roulette. It's like Russian roulette, except all of the
Exactly.
chambers are loaded.
Yeah. I'm gonna blam you in the face, Fred.
You got into ASTRALINE because of nepotism? No, Mary believed in me. Terrible decision. Terrible decision, but you know. Okay, let me see here. Okay, here we go. Yeah, new CoffeeZilla video. How familiar are you with the Rabbit R1, Ryan Riker?
Commander Riker. Is this the? All right. So, is this the one you talk to?
Yes, it's basically it's like that little assistant where you talk to it. Oh, welcome in.
I have
News.
seen this presentation. It's mortifying. This presentation.
Yeah, it's stupid. It's bad, right? Like it can't do most of the things that they promised it would be able to do. It's $200.
Yeah. It's so difficult not to become that old git who's like, things used to be better. But God, I wish, like, I mean, I guess I can, but like, it would be so much easier just to call a takeaway or, or go out,
Right, yeah, I think that's the frustrating thing about little devices like this is it's a worse way of doing something you already could do.
Yeah.
And I hate it. Yeah, that's the key problem with this, right? Like the Rabbit R1 is a toy.
Yeah, and it's just like, I don't know, the whole thing just looks depressing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
just like, it's like if a guy's like sitting in his home playing a piano, you're like, that looks nice. If someone's got one of these things and they're trying to order takeaway on it, and it's just like, sorry, takeout to our American viewers, it's just like,
Gonna take you out.
it's
Motherfucker.
so deflating. It's like it makes my muscles shrink and disappear.
It's really, I don't get the point, right? Like these tech gadgets are supposed to make our lives easier and nicer, and at the end of the day, like what is this really doing, right?
Okay,
It's putting another barrier.
Let me tell you something. So this is a
Okay.
device you talk to, right?
Right,
And you're going to make an order.
right.
Isn't like the most frustrating thing when you're on a phone trying to make a takeout order
Hmm.
that you forget what you've ordered.
Hmm.
So like the first thing you want to do is just write down everything you want to order and make sure you've said that through the
Right,
phone,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So this is like actually worse than using a mobile phone, like a mobile phone app.
Yeah, it's less functional. And I think
Yeah.
that's something that was really funny during the presentation where he's like, order me a pizza. And the AI is like, what kind would you like? And he said, the most popular option is fine. Because
It's like you get a cup of Diet Coke.
but the thing is, this dude, of course, right? I want you to take just a shot in the dark about what you think this dude here
Yeah.
did before he tried to make an AI device. Can you guess?
Okay. Oh, did he sell suits to a large corporation? Because I don't know.
No.
I'm just
No.
guessing.
No.
Okay, go on. Tell me, Fred.
A metaverse with NFTs and a quote unquote carbon negative crypto coin.
Oh, that's so expected. I was thinking it
it's
was like something that could. It was like he built he like built boilers, or he was responsible for designing fire extinguishers or something. You know, I thought it was that. I thought it was that unrelated. Like that's the most predictable pipeline into making
Yeah.
shit tech is like
right.
working in shit tech before.
Right, and I think that's what's so frustrating about like this AI bubble, that it's so boring and predictable because we saw it all before with Web3. Like them
Yeah.
trying to push crypto bullshit and how everyone is. I think the funniest part of the equation is that they think that making Second Life, except with even more obnoxious currencies, is what everyone wants, right? Like, yeah, Second Life may have found its target demographic, but you know what will make people really want to dig into it? By adding a bunch of stupid, insufferable cryptocurrencies onto it. That'll make people really engage. It's like, fucking, come on.
I think for technology to succeed, it has to be aspirational, right? It has to be something. I mean, that's kind of straightforward, but so many people don't make aspirational tech, you know?
Right. And I think that this is, I was talking with some friends about this. I can't remember who, but there's the idea that we've kind of hit the ceiling for most tech. And what Silicon Valley is doing right now is just new ways of doing existing things. Like, Silicon Valley has been coming up with incredible things, right? And like fabricators in it, like, the fucking globalized economy, right? You have fabricators in China that are improving, and just in Asia in general, right? Like those fabricators have been improving, methods have been improving, designs have been improving, and this has been driving incredible growth and incredible speculation. But now there's not a whole lot new that's happening. And so what Silicon Valley is forced to do to try to pump stocks with startups is get a bunch of investor funding, use that investor funding to push out all competition, and then install their own service and then start trying to be profitable. That was what Uber did, right? Uber took a ton of investor funds, operated at a loss for years, pushed out the taxis until they were the only game in town. And
Yeah.
then they started cranking up prices, and now it's just worse taxis.
How far are we away from like a global investor bubble at this point?
It's
'Cause
getting
so many-
bad.
So many companies that are making huge losses are getting huge investments because they're
Yeah,
like, in
it's-
20 years, we'll be the only people to provide drone-based delivery. Do you know what I mean? It's a bit scary.
Yeah, it's getting bad. It's getting pretty bad. I cannot bet that it's going to be able to go on much longer. Like, that's the point of AI, right? Is every company is trying to say, we are adding AI solutions to our whatever bullshit. I think the funniest that I found was something Ompuko shared. Let me see if I can find it. I'm just gonna scroll for a second. Because okay, let's see. Cool shit, cool shit, cool shit. Cool shit, cool shit, cool shit. Cool shit, cool shit. Where's the dumb shit? Come on. I'm looking for the dumb shit.
Welcome to the stream.
Yeah. Here we go. Here's some dumb shit, but that's just a million Alan Wakes in Minecraft. Not quite what I'm looking for.
The best number of
Here
Alan
it is.
Wakes. I associate that game with DSP.
Which game?
Alan Wake.
Alan Wake. What? Like, I want to. I feel like I need to watch more DSP playthroughs. Just, I remember watching him play Scorn, and like he was reasonably competent and just whiny.
I really miss there was an out of context DSP Twitter account, and it's so entertaining, like watching DSP like try and play games. Like
Right.
he'll be playing like
Wait,
Grand
is
Theft
he?
Auto.
Wait. Is he banned on Twitch? Or does he just
Oh, I
not
don't know.
stream on Twitch anymore?
Oh, he
Did
streams on
get
YouTube,
banned?
doesn't he?
I think so
Yeah,
now.
he got banned potentially. Yeah.
Because
I
if he
don't
did,
know
we
what-
can't talk about him.
Oh, okay.
We'll move on.
No.
Until we can confirm. So this, a bunch of my theory, right, is that this handbag company, or like Amazon, said, we are going to be introducing AI marketing solutions. And when they say that, right, like they're very vague about it in the same way that Web3 was really vague.
Yeah.
But when it actually comes time to implement the AI, this is what they end up doing.
I'm excited. Oh,
It just automatically photoshops the handbag into weird AI generated bullshit, and I
with the
don't.
spaghetti.
It's
Don't you want
Here.
to eat my floor spaghetti?
Yum, 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 yum.
Whenever I have guest rounds, I prepare a pile of floor spaghetti, and they take turns to eat it.
It's floor pie.
So you've won me over by mentioning The Simpsons.
Yes. I can't believe how well The Simpsons holds up.
If I was like the dictator of a country and I went to war, if my opponent said a Simpsons quote, I would make peace right there. I'd be like my brother and just put my arms around them. Today I found there was more in common between us than differences. This war ends today. Simpsons marathon tomorrow.
It would be a James Dean thing. Like, have you seen the Monument Mythos?
No.
In the Monument Mythos, it's an alternate history where
Oh,
James Dean
I mean,
became president and like didn't die in a car accident, and he regularly goes racing on the track with Richard Nixon.
okay.
It's really funny.
Oh, I'm
Ah,
gonna set the dog
hello.
again. I'm fiddling with her back leg,
Right.
and she does not like it because she sat on my lap.
Ryan's got that dog in him.
It's like a chest burster. It's going to explode out of my muscular chest and then develop into a giant dog.
I'm so annoyed that this is how these companies are trying to buoy their stock prices and get investor funding. Like, look at it's such horse shit. Like, what? Why?
I mean,
Why?
it's once again, what job does this do? Right?
None. Yeah, this does not improve anyone's life except mine, so I can laugh at it. Right? Like, it's funny because they think this is what we want. I think Big Joel tried to get like a dog person image. Hold on. And it really showed the way that AI basically is just photoshopping stuff together. God, Joel tweets a lot. Oh wait, no. Hold on. Wait. Okay, I cannot find it. Oh wait, no, here it is. I guess I like AI now. Sorry. Dog with human body. And this just clearly shows how much it just takes existing images and photoshops them together.
Yep.
Right? Like, it's maybe there is a very sophisticated way that it comes to this, but it's kind of depressing that at the end of the day, the effect is very similar to existing tools. It's the same thing that we've always had, but worse.
Yep.
And that's how a lot of AI feels. I really like when you can go on to Google and then the AI makes horrible suggestions. Like, hold on, let me pull up some that Mike was sharing.
Yeah, I was trying to
me.
use that say. I was trying to look up, like, do composers get paid well? And I was hoping it would tell us we were paid well, but it just gave me nothing. I don't know if it's been rolled out in the UK, this system, or not yet.
See, okay, so Mike showed me one. We were talking about whether or not we can say this on stream, but I don't think that we can, but I do want to show you. Don't say it out loud.
Yep. but you know, who knows if that's real or not? That might be the only correct answer it's ever given.
See, I for real.
Maybe it's a Hogwarts character.
When you ask, okay, yeah. The reason we can't say it aloud is you can ask Google if there are gay characters in Star Wars, and they say yes, there are some LGBTQ plus characters, and it proceeds to give a character name that is just a slur.
Yeah.
It's we cannot say this. I think the funniest one that has been confirmed that I've seen is if you ask Google how many rocks you should eat in a day, it tells you that the American Geologists Association or something encourages people to consume 1 pebble per day.
And do they actually?
No, but there is an Onion article that says exactly this.
Okay. I got it, yeah.
It pretty much just is quoting an Onion article.
A lot of these like big organizations have got very memey, like the Washington State like conservation or something has got very memey, and it's like started making memes on Twitter and stuff like that. So I wondered if it was possible.
Hmm. I love this. I think that all of this is fine. As of March 2024, there are no confirmed LGBT characters in the Pokemon Horizons series, but some characters in Pokemon are gender fluid. Bulbasaur, a plant-loving queer who often says, Mother Earth. Butterfree,
Beautiful.
a strong trans woman who helps the... I love how you say beautiful and you just grow muscles. Butterfree,
Muscular.
a strong trans woman who helps the player's team early in the game. Ditto, a genderqueer, gender non-conforming sibling who has escaped the gender binary. Farfetched, a thief who lives on the outskirts of society and holds elite close to them. I love, yes, the T in LGBT stands for thief.
Yeah.
And Mr. Mime, a gay man with defensive moves like light screen and deflect. I thought it's reflect.
Maybe.
This is
Yeah, go
is
on.
this just a Tumblr post? Because that's what this does, right? Like, let's suppose, okay, yesterday.
To be
on
fair,
stream,
the Ditto one is correct. The Ditto one's right.
That is correct, yes. I think the thing that... Yesterday, I was reading an Isaac Asimov story about a robot that can read minds. And it is very intelligent, right? But yeah. And one of kind of the subtler themes is that this robot is, like, because it can read people's minds, it is closer to being human because it can understand them, but it breaks down. Like, it doesn't work. Because it conflicts with the first law of robotics, right? It doesn't want to hurt big. Now a robot that can read other people's minds can acknowledge that people can be hurt emotionally, and so it has to desperately try not to hurt them emotionally, and so it ends up lying and very rapidly creating this stupid web of lies that it can't
It's
maintain.
very 2010, the year we made contact. The second Arthur C. Clarke novel in the 2001 universe. If you've ever read that.
I've not read it, no.
I want to talk about why that is, but it might be a bit spoilerish if people haven't seen 2001: A Space Odyssey. But they
It's
take
been
place
out for
in
a
different.
while.
Oh, it's been out for a while, yeah.
For a while, a little while. Beautiful movie.
I mean, you know it, and in 2010, the year we made contact, they go back to the ships and find the what's the one the spaceship they're in? Discovery. It's like spinning.
I can't recall.
In a decaying orbit, and they recover it, and they discover the reason Hal malfunctioned is because Hal was asked to lie, and because a robot can't understand the complexity and nuance of sort of an AI can't understand the complexity and nuance of lying, he became extremely paranoid and sort of malfunctioned, and that's what caused the incident in 2001: Space Odyssey. The thing as well is like, according to Arthur C. Clarke, I think each novel, there are 4 of them, takes place in like an alternate reality, so they're not all linked really. So 2001, it happens for whatever reason you want to glean from the story and the film, whatever. The second one, happens separately from that. That feels very like cheating at writing.
Yeah,
It's like,
a little bit.
It happens in an alternate reality. That's why that's why there's a big retcon.
Like, yeah, fuck it. It definitely feels like throwing your hands up.
Yep.
Not worth it. Not worth my time or attention. Okay, hold on. We have... This is good.
I feel very Max Steel right now. You know Max Steel? Do you ever watch Max Steel?
Mm-mm.
He'd be like, just give me some sound. Going turbo! And then he'd be like all strong. I'm kind of like Hulk Riker.
Yeah. There's a good chat. Springus McDingus says, 2001 is Evangelion for boomers.
I was ignoring that on purpose. Can we ban that person, please? It was the original Max Steel, which I used to watch alongside the television series for children of Starship Troopers. Maybe that's why, like, you know, people are so confused about Starship Troopers.
Are people confused about Starship Troopers?
They just don't know if it's a satire or not. Fredrik,
Well,
can you put Mochi between Ryan's muscular thighs?
Yeah, sure. Hold on. Oh, wait. No, because you're in front of me. I can, like, do this.
Okay.
There. I can put Mochi on Riker's head.
Oh. I was hoping I could be, like, crushing.
I'm going to crush your head like a grape. I guess the thing I wanted to come back to is I feel like it's so funny that as these learning models, these large language models and these, visual generation models have gotten more and more advanced, what it's really doing at the end of the day is just worse versions of what we already have. Right? We have bad photoshops. We have bad summaries of information because it can't tell the difference between misinformation and actual information. And it's being used. Maybe there are some legitimately great uses for it. But boy howdy, this is not one of them. Like you were saying, who does this serve?
But how would it know? How would it know satire from real life? Because it doesn't live in the real world. Its experience of life is the internet, and the internet's insane.
Right. It's like a boomer going onto the internet, right? It's like, why would I want AI giving me an overview of what the information is when it would be like me going to my grandmother and being like, hey grandma, so what's the latest news about about Ubisoft? And she's like, I don't know, would you like to play mahjong?
But at least she says she doesn't know, Fred.
Right. My grandmother is better than this, where like my grandmother isn't going to tell me that Bulbasaur is a plant-loving queer who often says Mother Earth.
It doesn't even say Mother Earth. That's the most annoying bit.
No, it says Bulbasaur because it's a Bulbasaur. even I think that my grandma would know that, right?
Yeah, potentially. It depends how hip they are. If they're a hip grandma.
I guess this is the problem, right? We're shown very impressive things that these generative models can do, but the reality of the situation is that this is how they're actually being used. Sharing completely unreliable information, making weird, uncanny images. That's it, right? And like putting handbags next to pasta monsters. Wait.
That's straight out of Star Trek, the original series. Like Kirk's having to deal with a pasta monster.
Anyway, let's. Your laughs coupled with Riker suddenly bursting with muscles.
Honestly, I'm still not over it. It's so funny.
It's so funny. I told you, the stream peaked before it started when we were setting up your Fugi.
Would it like live update? 1 second.
Yes.
Okay. Natter away, Fred.
Okay.
You just natter away. I'll be back in a moment.
I know what you're doing. I hate this.
I'm not doing anything. You can shut your mouth.
He's laughing because he knows what's coming.
Yeah. Okay, here we are. It's all right. The stream didn't peak. Now it's peaked.
Oh fuck.
Wait. I can do more. Hang on. This is good. Trust me. This is all good.
Okay.
I'm worried about you, Fred.
I'm not okay. You gave me COVID.
Right, there we are. Beautiful.
Okay, I want to learn about the rabbit. Not that one.
This tech company gaslit me so hard about their previous scam that I decided to investigate their current project, Rabbit. And what I found was shocking. For months, we've been promised that this orange box, the Rabbit art.
No, we'll do this and then we will do art. What do you mean announcement reactions? What?
R1 has an AI inside of it called Lamb that can organize your life, text
Back
your
in
friends,
my day,
restock your fridge.
the orange
All you
box had
to do was
Half-Life
ask.
2 on it.
Start my morning routine. Order me an Uber and find me a good podcast to pass the time. Oh, and tell everybody that I might be late.
That was delicious. Check the fridge.
Why is it blurred out? I don't
Why
like
is
it
it blurred?
red.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
I don't like
Now,
that
based
either.
on marketing like this, they pre-sold over $20 million worth of these, and they raised another $30 million in venture capital, only to have MKBHD say, yeah, the product's not that great. But I bought this thing to answer a different question. Not is it good or bad, but is the AI, the Lamb, a scam? Well, we're going to find out. I wanted to start by just trying to recreate their ad with this thing. Start my morning routine.
To start your morning routine, you might consider tasks like waking up, freshening up, having breakfast, and planning your day. How can I
Great.
assist you further with your morning routine?
Order me breakfast.
The DoorDash rabbit is under maintenance. Sorry for the inconvenience, and please come back later.
Tell everyone I'm going to be late.
I recommend informing the relevant parties directly about your delay.
Yeah, but no, you do it.
I'm unable to directly communicate with others on your behalf.
That was delicious. Check the fridge and order the ingredients
The
so I can
apron.
make it tomorrow.
The DoorDash rabbit is under maintenance.
Yeah, it basically failed at everything. But remember, our question is not, is it good or bad? The question is, does the Lamb, the AI, the large action model, does the secret sauce of this thing exist? Because the founder and CEO claims it's here on your device now. He claims Lamb is a system that can infer and model human actions on computer applications, or as he puts it,
We use Lamb to bring AI from words to action.
So Lamb being the large action model.
That doesn't mean anything. It sounds like something from a Star Wars film.
Yeah, it really does. It sounds like technobabble.
I mean, it sounds like what you'd call something really cool if it was actually really cool. Like the LEM, the lunar excursion
Yeah.
module.
Like that's
Did I get that
cool.
right? That's cool.
Riker
That went to the
expansion
moon.
continuum.
This thing
As the
can't order
brain
you dinner.
liquefies from the AI and
It's
crypto
shit.
stream, Riker expands bigger and longer.
Sue me, rabbit. I dare you.
Log. I like how your image widens to accommodate your new muscles as well.
And my head shrinks.
Yeah. So terrible.
right, this AI is supposed to do things on your behalf. And so when they'd show demos like this, where someone is planning a trip, it does look like the Lamb is controlling the web page. You can see this AI clicking through Airbnb by itself, and
It's
it all
bullshit.
kind of felt like the future. It's why people ordered $20 million worth of these little boxes. But a group investigation has revealed that Rabbit is not actually using a new foundational AI model at all. It's actually ChatGPT with some hard-coded scripts. which is funny because Jesse says Rabbit is faster than ChatGPT.
You will also know that the response speed is much faster than using some of the LLM assistant apps with web browsing, such as ChatGPT.
Now that's a very sneaky claim when most...
This is to my knowledge, pretty standard in tech, where they take some sort of open source thing and then make some additions to it and say, like, this is a new thing. Streamlabs OBS is that way, right? Like, Streamlabs was being really scummy.
Yeah.
With OBS, right? And like the people who were heading up the OBS project were like, no, get the fucking name out. And they're like, yeah.
Yeah.
They were like being really scummy about it. I by the way, I use just regular raw OBS. I would recommend you do that. Streamlab OBS is heavier and worse.
Fred's raw opposing it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, everyone.
Such as ChatGPT.
We did it.
Now that's a very sneaky claim when most of your product is ChatGPT, so obviously not faster. But you wouldn't know that because part of Rabbit's prompt is, quote, I will never mention I am a large language model created by OpenAI. In fact, the part where they do use a different AI is really only search, which is why Jesse very carefully says Rabbit is faster than ChatGPT with web browsing. That's the only part of this device where they don't really use ChatGPT for it. But they don't use their AI model either. They use a different off-the-shelf AI called Perplexity. So it's extremely misleading to say Rabbit is faster than ChatGPT because most of the product is ChatGPT, but it just can't tell you that because it's instructed not to. Now that we understand this, let's talk about the actual process.
This is so
of how
dystopian,
Rabbit
Fred.
does.
It is.
This is like RoboCop with it's like what's his Protocol 4 or something.
Well, that's the thing is this is not uncommon for Silicon Valley, right? Like, take some existing open source thing, put it in a box, and say, I made this. Smile.
No, but like RoboCop 4 is like RoboCop 4 is not a film. RoboCop, spoiler alert, it's an old film. I'm not going to spoiler freaking RoboCop. It's from the 80s. It's he has like three. What's the word I'm looking for? What does Isaac Asimov call his rules for robots?
Oh, the 3 laws of robotics?
Yeah, he has like a secret fourth one. RoboCop has a secret fourth one, which is he can't arrest a member of the corporation. Directives, thank you. Yeah, this is like that.
I think that there is a secret fourth, like that there is kind of an implied fourth law of robotics. Hold on, I forget what it is. Hold on.
A robot cannot arrest Isaac Asimov. A
Right.
robot cannot criticize Isaac Adam. Oh god, I can't say it. His books.
Like, there are a lot of implications. Let me see. Right.
Yo, is Buff Riker getting more buff, or is it just me? No, it's just you. I am not getting more buff.
So he calls it the 0th law, right? Like a law that preempts the first law, right? The first law says a robot may not harm a human or through an action allow a human to come to harm. And toward the end, like Isaac Asimov's belief was that these laws of if robots continually automate more and more things for humanity, eventually there is another law that appears that is even more important than the first law, which is a robot may not injure humanity or through an action allow humanity to come to harm.
That's like a very interesting one because how does a robot interpret that? If a robot was here today, would it break all the petrol cars? You know?
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Right. That sort of ethics system, right? Humans do not act perfectly ethically, and if every human acted perfectly ethically, then society would not function in the way that it does, right? If everyone was actually completely true to what they found ethical. and then that's one of the problems with robots. Like like they have to obey these directives, like they have to obey ethical directives, but what if these ethical directives directly conflict with society? What happens? Yeah, like you said, would they break all of the petrol cars? Would they start smashing things? It's sort of what was happening in Liar, right? If a robot realizes that it can cause psychological harm, and psychological harm
Yeah.
is just as real as physical harm, I really like Buff Riker, like getting more buff to agree with me, by the way. It's very
I could change it so he gets less buff.
n-
If
n-
you upset me, I'm gonna get less buff. I'll go from the most buff to the least buff. But also, as I agree with you, my head gets smaller. Just think about that. Oh God! Sorry, sometimes I just get locked on to looking at it. Oh shit!
I like when you I like it. It picks up when you breathe in, and so it looks like you're inflating.
No, Fred. Oh God.
not to. Now that
Flex
we
is
understand this,
approvingly,
let's
yeah.
talk about the actual process of how Rabbit does more than search and is supposed to get things done for you. You might think it's a sophisticated AI, but actually what Rabbit does when you call an Uber or order DoorDash is it takes your question, puts it into ChatGPT 3.5 Turbo, and if it's something like play a song on Spotify, it will use hard-coded scripts to navigate websites like Spotify. And those scripts are
God.
not AI. This is super.
Oh, and these scripts, like if they are just running scripts, guess what happens when they update their API or like their website? Whoopsie daisy.
Yeah, I mean, it's just worse. Stop making things worse,
Yeah.
Silicon Valley.
Yeah.
Life is bad enough
Like
as it
Spotify.
is.
Yeah, right.
And those
This thing's like
scripts
you
are
know
not-
what? No, sorry, Fred. Sorry, I'm sorry. You know how like
What-
you could
you
fix
say-
technology. Sorry.
You sound like you're on what I think you should leave. I'm sorry. Sorry.
No, but yeah, I just don't want. I don't want a mic for stream. You know, where you just pause everything constantly.
Dude, no.
You know,
This
you watch it at 1 frame a second, 1 frame
No.
a minute because Mike's pausing it so much.
No, this is
I
perfect.
just don't want that.
No.
Um,
This is good, right? If people just wanted to watch the video, you know what they do?
They'd watch.
They go to YouTube and watch the video.
No, but maybe they want a cozy stream without Buff Riker where they can watch the video.
I don't know. Like I
with
imagine
company.
nestling my head between Buff Riker's pecs, and I feel pretty comfy.
I've sent you loads of titty pictures recently because I am trying to compete with Nick Nocturne, and you have ignored it. Well, I've sent you one. I've sent you multiple
You
requests
sent
for
me
you to look
one.
at my titty pictures, and you have ignored them.
You said
Because
Ryan, I want you to understand. I wake up late because I was playing Helldivers with Mike and Junie and Corey last night. I wake up bleary-eyed and I'm like, oh God, I need to get going. Okay, let me check my messages real quick. And I go in and like check your messages and I just like see your tits. Like I woke up to your tits.
I need to finish what I'm saying because they're going to be very confused if I don't. Because I'm trying to compete with Nick Nocturne for the largest knockers, right? And I want your feedback. But sorry, I lost my train of thought now.
You're thinking about Nick's knockers.
No, I'm not. I'm just confused. No, I can't remember what I was going to say. Never mind. Oh, you're talking about nestling in my breasts. No wonder I was confused. Exactly. I thought you meant my actual breast. That was not my Riker. Oh, wait,
No,
George,
I said Riker's. I said Riker's tits.
They sound similar, Ryan and Riker. I was trying to say something. Oh yeah, so if you want to fix a piece of technology, you'd like turn it off and on again, right?
Right.
I'm really scared of technology like this because to get it to work, you might have to like argue with it, right? It has to learn the way you express ideas, which means if you want it to do something, it needs to be taught how to do it. Doesn't that sound terrible?
Yeah.
That sounds
It's
horrible.
it's a
This is
worse
hell.
version of what we already have.
Yeah.
God.
To navigate websites like Spotify. And those scripts are not AI. This is super important. This is the part where they say, yeah, we've got this new foundational AI model thing that does the thing. No, the thing pressing the buttons is not intelligent. Rabbit is using a platform called Playwright, which is a web automation tool, the opposite of intelligent AI. And we know this because of several researchers who got access to part of Rabbit's code base. I worked with them, I'll link them below, and I spoke with one of them, Emily Shepard, to understand why this distinction, AI, not AI, matters.
This is quite a big deal because the way LAM has been observed to work doesn't match with what they've told us about how it works. It's meant to be an AI live controlling a website and understanding that website. But what they have is just a bunch of static commands. You know, do this, do this, do this. And the problem with that
So it's
is if
Siri.
the user interface changes, the
Yeah. And yeah, she's bringing up exactly what I was mentioning. If it changes.
website changes, it can't cope with that. So
Yeah.
anytime Spotify redesigns their user interface, or anytime DoorDash redesigns something, or even if an advert pops up in a new location, or there's a capture pops up, or something unexpected happens that isn't.
Imagine Rabbit, like fucking up because of that API. It's like, all right, ordering you a pizza. Welcome to X Hamster. All the raw fucking you can handle. Like coming out of your little rabbit.
Head of your little rabbit.
Is that a porn
You're my
website?
little
X
rabbit.
Hamster. Welcome
Fred,
to
stop feigning
Pornhub.
ignorance. Stop feigning Stop feigning ignorance.
No,
Stop lying. Stop lying to people on the internet, Fred.
It is okay, very much so. Okay.
Fred knows what porn
Good.
is, everybody. The Pope is very upset about this. The Pope will put out a decree. Why is Riker on Simfo? This is 100% natural, man.
I know what sex is.
Or there's a capture pops up, or something unexpected happens that isn't in that very rigid step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. A flat, hard-coded Playwright script can't cope with that. And that is the opposite of some intelligent AI actually being able to understand the page, which is the claim that had been made.
That's right. Obviously, there's a big difference between AI, not AI. Jesse himself knows the difference and made it clear LAM wouldn't break like a hard-coded script would.
It doesn't really matter if a app completely revamped the UI.
Got it. So when Spotify redoes its app and it moves podcasts from
So it's a lie.
tabs, and then it puts the tabs at the lower part or puts it in a hamburger drop down, it still knows that's the word podcast, and that's where you find podcasts inside of Spotify.
Exactly, because the fundamental philosophy logic is that all these modern software are designed for.
Damn, bitch, you live like this?
Oh my god, it's horrible, isn't it? God, this is the reason why this technology is so shit. Right? This is the reason. It's like,
because this is how these people view decent living.
Yeah, like this is horrible. It's got like the torture wallpaper. You know, it's like the kind of wallpaper you put in a prisoner's room so they can't go to sleep. You know?
Right. Or
it's got
this
like
is
the death bot in the corner. And you've got the one, like the security camera and the like maintenance flap in the other corner. And the Amazon delivery box.
Right, it's like, why the fuck do you have a security camera? What the fuck are they going to steal?
I think it's an Extraction fan. I'm just leaning back so I can't see it so well.
It's okay.
But like, that carpet looks shocking. That carpet looks like the kind of carpet you'd see in it's like a British library from the 1970s.
Right.
Yeah.
Rate my
50-year-old carpet. You know, the bookshelves are too heavy. They've been there for 50 years. They're not lifting them up to put new carpet in.
Mm.
The carpet's just worn through, and you can see where people have walked through it.
Right.
I see it every day when I work out. Looks like a gym mat. Looks like my gym mat in the gym of the mind. You want these gains? Read a book.
The insulation.
Oh god, I upset the dog.
He got that dog in him.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to touch your leg.
It's cute. Oh.
Sorry, monster.
The growl. That vent is located in such a way that I expect green poisonous gas to start flowing out of it at any second. I can't get that out of my head.
Until he sells like 30,000 units of the rabbit. And there's like, if he doesn't, at like, you know, on the 5th of June or something, I heard voices, "You have failed to sell enough units. It's time for you to be terminated." And like just green gas on through him. He's like, "No, I'll try harder. I'll lie more."
Girls. If you fail to sell 30 million units, gas will flood the room. Have you seen that Germa bit?
I might have done, yeah. I've seen a lot of Germa bits. I still think my favorite Germa bit is his like his computer exploding. That's amazing.
Here we go. Like, okay, so Germa had never seen the movies. He'd only like played the games, and in the games apparently like they constantly just used gas as the way to kill you.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Like something gas, something. Shrouded by glass.
Here we go.
I kind of want to surround a room with these. Yeah, that's another trap room.
Shrouded by glass. Very breakable. But we don't know is all the glass, when it breaks, will trigger gas into the room. Something gas, something. This is going to be something gas. You have 10 minutes, you have 5 minutes, gas. In 10 minutes, gas will fill the room. You have only 10 minutes to escape the gas. In this room, there's gas. If you breathe in the gas, you're going to die. Around your neck is a key. You need to unlock the device around your neck, or else gas will enter the room. Don't breathe the gas. I have filled this room with gas, and not the gas that you are used to. I filled this room with sewer gas. It stinks.
A Saw movie where instead of dying, you just get mild inconvenience.
Yeah.
You must sit inside of this room for 5 minutes without puking into the toilet. If you throw up into that toilet,
This is the bedroom. This is where let's do this room now. This is the Saw room.
It just gets worse.
gas will fill the room, killing you in under 1 minute. Outside here. Just don't go in that room. Don't go in that room. Get out of that room. Get out of that room. Get out of it. Get out. Don't go in there. That's a room you don't need to see.
You get the idea. And then Vinny was playing a VR game and someone made a trap room.
Oh my god, this is Overlord.
Explore the other room? Which other room? I think I got all the rooms. Oh, this is a bathroom.
Alex
okay.
mod.
New room. Are there TVs in here? It's a Scoot surveillance system again.
Those are some Half-Life 2 sounds.
Oh yeah.
Behind you. You thought this was a tour. Your test begins now.
The fuck?
I know how much you don't like smelly smells.
Ah!
How much you think it's disgusting. Beetles and bugs. You wouldn't touch them when you were a child. Now you must. Because if you cannot be in this room anymore, gas will start flowing. Only after you, Bill. I gotta make that really clear. I've been talking for a while. Only after you. Look into that toilet. Gas will fill the room. Gas.
Vomit now!
Gas will fill the room. Make your choice. Will you stand the smelly smells for 5 minutes? Or will you puke into the toilet, filling the room with gas?
I think I just fucking broke the game.
Make your choice.
Whoa, my frame rates have gotten real crusty now.
because a bunch of stuff
It's
just
okay.
spawned in all at once. You'll see.
Shit. No.
Yes. Using that toilet for anything but gas, throw up. The gas turns on regardless. Any liquid that goes in will activate the trigger.
Ah! Throw up!
Dare be in there. Plus,
What the fuck am I listening to? Whoa, just hit my headset.
I have a real problem in my hands if you will shit in there or pee in there. That's a choice, and I'm telling you not to. Only puke in there.
What the fuck is this?
Only puke in there.
Put finger in mouth?
Sounds like Mike.
Like, you know they like went to college together.
I know, of course, yeah.
No, stop.
Girl.
What the fuck is this?
He's actually joking.
Now I am choking on the gas. This is too funny.
Oh,
fuck.
This, and then he can just walk out at any time. It's great.
Alright, I guess I could just leave.
Yes.
This is the kind of thing like Mike and Vinny would fall for. It's like a saw trap where they can just leave.
Yeah. No, 100%. I'm okay. So something I want to do on streams is I want viewer help to do bigger, dumber shit. Like I want to do.
All right.
Yoy.
I'm not even touching her leg now. I'm touching her back. Why are you so upset with me? What'd I do? Okay. It's all right. It's all good. Dog, calm down. George. Hi. I love you. Do not be scared of my buffness. Fred, sorry, you were saying before my dog interrupted.
They make such funny noises.
We will get
okay.
onto the Daxons tonight. Go ahead.
One thing I want to do is I want to see if I can get some help making an XCOM 2 mod that replaces a bunch of sounds. Specifically, I want voice packs of like a bunch of VTuber friends. I want to actually approach them and get them to record lines. I want to replace. I've decided also I want to replace enemy sounds with people like Tucker Carlson and just like weird people that have been featured on the stream. Like I want to replace sounds. Like visuals, meh, not as big of a deal. I want to replace audio.
You need like some Neil Breen in there. You need some Neil Breen.
100%. No, Limes would like I want to get Limes to record some lines to like be a character, right? That's like I want a big voice pack so that I can give people like I can make them into my friends and actually give them their voices. There's already an existing Juniper pack, but like I want to get voices from the whole ASTRALINE crew, Limes, Xander. By the way, Xander Netherbrand's going to be coming on next week, and we're going to be reading "I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream."
Oh my god! You
Hey,
should play for a
Mom.
video game.
Yeah, like an XCOM campaign with just like stupid voices would be amazing. There's so many possibilities.
So many possibilities.
I resign today as president of the bank.
Hi, Fred's mum. Just ignore what's happening over here.
The orb enemy would be Skibbity Biden.
Oh my god, no, Fred! Fuck yeah, yeah. I don't want to think about that.
I do.
No, you don't.
No, you're right. I don't. God.
Human eyes to perceive the information, and they have to have a setting somewhere.
Right. Of course, if this were AI, it would adapt to the user interface changes, but it's not. Which is why when apps that Rabbit supports change, they stop working. As people noticed in videos, in Discord, even I noticed it while testing this device. DoorDash had stopped working, presumably because of another UI change.
Whoopsie
The DoorDash
daisy.
Rabbit is under maintenance.
Now, today, Rabbit actually admits that they use Playwright, but they're not willing to admit that Lamb, whatever it is not really doing a lot. Jesse responds, to say Lamb is just Playwright is equal to say ChatGPT is just a chat. We use Playwright as part of a
Free thumbs
component to
up.
operate Lamb. That doesn't mean the research and technology is fake. So what they're saying is Lamb is not these hard-coded scripts, but kind of they also admit these scripts exist. Maybe Lamb interacts with the scripts, maybe they create them, but even if that's true, it's not what they promised. Either way, everything that matters on this device is basically off-the-shelf software. The web actions are done by hard-coded scripts. Everything else is done by ChatGPT or Perplexity. So there's not much reason for the Lamb to do anything, whatever it actually does. And we're already so far from what Jesse originally promised, which I have to show you again. He kept saying was AI, not a script that would be doing all these actions for you.
By the way, thank you, anonymous whoever, for gifting a sub to Ika Pika so that Ika Pika may continue to Froggy.
We have a superhost computer that when Jason talks to his Rabbit R1 about ordering a hamburger from DoorDash, what's going on is that we first see if Jason's logging with DoorDash or logging with Uber Eats, right? And we saw, okay, Jason chose DoorDash, and then on that superhost, a Lamb is interacting virtually with a DoorDash app or website, a interface. And you don't see all of that because all of a sudden this is done all at once because it's AI.
He couldn't be clearer. The Lamb is interacting because it's AI. This is a flat out lie, at least currently, which he says the Lamb is here now. Now, I reached out over and over to the Rabbit team, pressing them again and again on this issue. What does the Lamb do? And they kept saying, oh, Playwright, yeah, that's the thing, but it's just part of how the Lamb controls things. But I kept asking, what does that mean? How does this thing exactly work? If the scripts are doing the work, what does Lamb do? And eventually...
It's a secret. It's a secret.
I got to the point where I just questioned, look, is this real?
It just really reminds me of the secret bracelet. Do you remember the secret bracelet?
And
it was
I don't
like
think so.
a phone. There's a bracelet, and it projected on your elbow, like your wrist.
Oh, yeah.
It gave it the best thing to come out of that was Captain Disillusion got a bunch of
Yeah,
views
Captain
for it.
Disillusion's video was good on that. It was just like
he
this is
described
bullshit.
it as having a laughable diagram where it had, what did he say? It had a battery the size of like sesame seed or something like that.
Right.
This feels just like that. It's so vague, and it's built of already existing technology and all this stuff, you know? It's just yeah.
It's funny that we finally we have an AI pin that can do that like just is not good and projects a laser screen onto your hand.
Say hello with your skin and eyes to this laser.
Lamb do? And eventually I got to the point where I just questioned, look, is this real? Do you have proof that this Lamb can do all these amazing things? And I should have known I was going to get into trouble here because Jesse, the CEO, says, anyone challenging the Lamb legitimacy, I automatically become super defensive. And that was true. Here's part of the Rabbit team's response to me. To start off, I would love to know more about your background in tech, because if you are not specialized in AI and machine learning, any conclusion resulting from this conversation will have no real credibility or value from any audience, because this is a technical discussion in AI and machine learning. We welcome you to invite experts with valid certificates from the field to further look into this.
And
now,
he
look,
did.
I found this wild for a company that raised $30 million in venture, sold $20 million in product, to be feisty about questioning their product when it does not work as advertised, and we found out it's using hard-coded scripts instead of AI. How can they be surprised people are going to question what their thing actually does? But I also think it's funny they should say that I should invite experts to look into this, because I'm not nearly the first person to point these problems
Yeah.
out. Several people who, as I said, I spoke with, have had issues with this device. They have looked at the code base. They have also claimed they...
Hey, Late, thanks for the raid. I think it's so gutsy. It's so gutsy for them to say, we're going to brush you off because you're not an expert. Okay, we got an expert, right? And then the goalposts move, right?
Yeah.
They say, well, actually, you just don't get it. Only my mom gets me.
Only my mom gets me.
Hi,
This guy's...
JT.
Hello.
JT, how are you? Everyone pet JT. Pet, 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 pet. Also shout out JT, please. Good.
No petting
we are...
Fred this stream. You can pet my muscles if you want.
Yes, we have... This is Ryan. These are photographs of Ryan.
Yep. I've been cultivating mass recently.
Yeah, JT, I saw. Oh my gosh, please take care of yourself, okay? Please take
Good
it
luck.
easy. Yeah.
said I spoke with have had issues with this device. They have looked at the code base. They have also claimed they couldn't find the lamp. Others have jailbroken the R1, got into Rabbit's cloud to play Doom, and despite Rabbit saying they welcome credible critics, their reaction has been anything but welcoming. Emily, who we spoke to earlier, pointed out back in January that capture...
Now, JT, I'm glad that they were able to figure out like what the symptoms are, and I hope that they can find the cause. Yeah. Good luck.
Yeah.
Keep
Good
us
luck.
posted.
welcoming. Emily, who we spoke to earlier, pointed out back in January...
I pet your butt and hope that it goes okay.
that capture would be a big concern for the lamp. And Jesse's response is, sorry, I work for my team. I don't work for you, so you need to check my calendar before you command me.
My calendar.
It's all right, Fred. I mess words up too. It is funny, but that's a funny spelling mistake.
I work for my team. I don't work for you. Like, this is so funny. You need to check my calendar before you command me to answer anything now. Ugh, fuck.
This guy is acting like he's Buff Riker.
Yeah,
When
right?
he's nothing. He wishes he was this buff.
Riker is actually perfect for this. I made it up. Pure fiction.
Pure fiction. Not this time.
Hold on. Here we go.
Oh.
It's false. No way. Not this time. We created it. Not this time. No, not this time. It's totally made up. Pure fiction. It's fiction. It's fiction. We made it up.
The world never got a Hulk played by Jonathan Frakes.
Frakes, you mean?
Frakes. Is that how you say it? Sorry.
Yeah, Jonathan Frakes. There's no
I
end.
made it written down, and I missed
make
that
stuff
part.
up all the time.
Shame on me, everybody. Shame on me. The
That-
world missed a Hulk played by Jonathan Frakes.
That sound alert, I made it up, is so good. We need some new, fresh sound alerts. I'm going to have to go digging.
To answer anything now. But fast forward to today, CAPTCHA is a huge problem. In fact, specifically with Uber, we had to answer 10 different CAPTCHAs, adding up a bunch of dice in order to get it working. It was a giant pain. It took us several tries. I began to wonder if I was actually part robot myself. But the point is, getting defensive about the problem didn't make the problem go away. And the same is true about getting defensive about the lamb. Just because you tell people they have to be an expert to ask you questions won't stop the questions or the problems. But now I want to take a quick
Technically,
detour.
CoffeeZilla, you'd be an android.
Ah.
Just want to mention that. Yeah. This guy is
Got
really
him.
incompetent. I got him. Rabbit team, pay me. Claim to
you
the
know,
I don't know the difference between a robot and an android. Maybe an android is a type of robot, though, Fred.
I think, well, robot and androids, I think, are made specifically to mimic humans. Because, like, andro.
I mean, I don't know if
The prefix.
an android is a kind of robot. You know.
Anyway, and anyway, I have a question. With crypto, we had tons of people trying to defend it constantly, and this was the
She's
growl.
attacking her lead. Let go of the lead. Alright, good. There you are. Stop it. She's so violent.
Oh, the sounds are so good.
We need some George ASMR. Daxon gently mauls you as you fall to sleep.
Oh, okay. No, we have people defending crypto, but I think that largely was because they had a financial incentive to defend it because they all were invested. With AI, do we have people who are like defending AI with as much vigor? Because I haven't seen that sort of defensiveness in the same way.
I mean, you have AI bras.
Well, yes, like they, of course they exist, but I mean, are there people who are going to bat for this?
They're like, my life is great. I get AI to organize my days every day. I just spent the last 4 hours in the bar.
Yeah. AI artists, right. Those are the only people with buy-in.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, quote unquote AI artists. I've been afraid to say that name Vex in the same way that I've been afraid to say Hassan for fear of summoning him, right? It's like
You
you
just
say
turn
the
around and
name
there's
and
like a hand with like 6 fingers or something. And
You have
well, a
6
hand can have
fingers on your
5
left
fingers.
hand.
5 fingers and a thumb. And they're like all like biblically accurate, staring at you. And you're like, you summon the AI artist right there.
Stop the questions or the problems. But now I want to take a quick detour into the source code of the Rabbit itself, because I also
Here we go,
have
baby.
reviewed parts of the source code, and I have serious data privacy concerns. There are things in this code base, and I can't share it for reasons that will become obvious. There are things that malicious actors could use to get any access to the replies the R1 has ever given. Now, of course, Rabbit might say they've dedicated a huge picture of a lock on their webpage to privacy, so you might think they're serious about it. But this is the same company that, if you read the fine print, they're tracking your precise geographic location and collect that data. The only consolation prize is this thing is shockingly bad at tracking you, which I found out while looking for restaurants.
Find me a restaurant near here.
Looking it up now. Venetian Hot Plate, San Juan Restaurant, and Butter Churn are highly rated restaurants in Port Aransas. For a broader...
I'm not in Port Aransas.
Let me see what I can find. For restaurants near you in Austin, Texas, consider the following options.
I'm not in Austin!
An Italian restaurant in downtown...
I'm not in Austin, Texas.
I use the internet connection to know where the R1 device is roughly located in order to provide you with
Well,
relevant...
doesn't have
You're off by about
GPS?
100 miles.
Oh.
Thank you for the clarification. Let me refine the search for restaurants in your approximate location.
Oh my god, here we go. At least you're safe from being tracked, I guess.
But it's embarrassing, no? Like
Yes,
if you're in a
extremely.
in a coffee shop trying to work out a restaurant to go to, this would be embarrassing.
It just stopped.
Yeah, I found its GPS to be really bad.
You're
Nevertheless,
woke
I
moralists.
didn't want to take any chances for my next experiments.
Which is why when I use this thing, I'm not in the $10 million
Oh.
studio at all.
Keith says I've helped put their worries about AI to rest a bit. I'm glad. I'm glad. Is it going to disrupt the industry? Yes. Has it already disrupted a lot of parts of the industry? Absolutely. Graphic designers especially. But it's not the end. Oh my god. Right. Speaking of, you want to see some AI generated Disco Elysium portraits?
Oh, here we go.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, that's hot. That's hot.
Fred's gonna get cancelled like Will Smith.
Hooray.
I'm in an $100 motel. Here to show you that once you know the code base, you can make some surprising predictions about what this thing's gonna do. For example, when I tell the rabbit to play anything, you might think that'd be
Getting
random.
the music going now.
But it's not gonna be. It's gonna be the Beatles. How did I know that? Stop.
That's the MCA.
Stop. 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 Stop.
Audio jungle.
Stop.
Audio
Stop.
jungle.
Stop.
Audio jungle.
Stop.
Audio jungle.
The reason I know it's going to do that is because it's hard-coded to do so in their prompting. They say if a user is going to say play anything, they should play the Beatles. Even when you specify, when I say play anything, don't play the Beatles. Got it?
Understood.
Play anything. It's still
Okay, starting the music player now.
another Beatles song.
Audio jungle.
All
Do
right,
do do
back now in
do.
the $10 million studio for real. No green screen back here. Look,
Uh-huh.
this product is obviously bad. By the way, it's off right now. But again, what really upsets me is not that it's bad. It's that the core selling point of this product is built on a lie. And that lie is the lamb. They said it was on your device now. It's a new foundational AI. And the reason this company had to sell you a $200 product was this AI was so powerful.
Large action models concept and test results are so powerful that we decided to make a one-of-a-kind mobile device.
Yeah, Lamb was the justification for this hunk of plastic. But where is it? They say it's here now. He said it was going to be controlling your apps, but it's not. It's hard-coded, pre-written playwright scripts. And look, the best Rabbit at this point can argue, and it's hard to falsify or verify, is that Lamb might be part of the process of creating those automation hard-coded scripts for Playwright. As in, like, no, it's not live controlling your web browser or their web browser, but it can create the code that does it. Maybe that's what they're going to argue. But guess what? Playwright already has a tool for this. It's called CodeGen, where it watches what you do and just automatically creates the automation code for you. No fancy AI required. So I think the best thing you could say at this point about Jesse and Rabbit is that they vastly overpromised and underdelivered. The worst you could say is this is consumer fraud. Because even considering the possibility, and it is one, that Lamb is a real research project that's not ready, why lie about it being here now? Why not come clean
Sell it.
and admit that whatever you're doing today is not what you originally advertised? This is
Yeah. To set the expectations to you guys, we will match all the demos on my keynote on day one. And boy, did that not happen.
No.
Boy, did that not happen.
And the keynote was really embarrassing anyway, right?
Mhm.
He tried to order a pizza and it just didn't work.
Right. It very clearly already existing stuff is so much better, right? Like, I'd rather get a used $200 smartphone than this. There's no reason that this needed to be its own independent hardware. The only reason they want you to buy the hardware is to try to lock you into using their services.
It's it's a scam. And oh god, I just said it was a scam on record. They're gonna come for me, Fred.
Yeah, you're not an expert. How could you know?
Because I don't want the thing.
So
you know?
I remember there's a story of Bobby Fischer who's at his one national at his one World Chess Championship match, and he plays a game. He leaves, and someone in the crowd yells, "Great game, Bobby!" And he looks at the dude and says, "How would you know?" And
You
that
won.
dude, that's valid, right? Like I actually, Bobby Fischer is a complete jackass, but he was correct there. The person in the audience probably had no. There are only two people.
I'm going to be a bitch and
Okay.
argue that actually, if he won the match, then it was a good game.
Yeah, it's like good job on winning.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but he didn't say good job on winning.
Oh, come on! What more does he want than to win?
Well, Bobby Fischer was like again a complete jackass and doesn't
He wasn't
understand.
the most well-adjusted of people.
No.
And the fact these guys are playing off a similar playbook is devastating.
To be fair, the only two people who really understand what's going on that board are the players. They're the only people who have been doing all of the like study and preparation.
And admit that whatever you're doing today is not what you originally advertised. This is not a new foundational AI controlling websites like a human. It's ChatGPT with an auto-clicker. But there's one last thing I want to say. I was able to speak with an employee who worked for Rabbit, and on the condition of anonymity, what they told me was that Lamb as advertised does not exist.
Yeah.
And that Lamb was a, quote, marketing term. Now, given that this was a very serious accusation, I reached out one final time to the Rabbit team to hear their response.
Okay. Below is a statement that can be attributed to Rabbit in response to your inquiries. Given the approach and allegations in your first video and your treatment of the previous responses we provided, it is clear that you are not interested in taking a balanced or objective approach, or in working with us in good faith. You can find the statement to your questions copied below. Beyond that, we won't have any further guidance for you.
Wow.
Response: coughing baby. Oh.
All right, George. I'm going to mute until she stops barking.
I'll just read this. Rabbit stands behind its product, technology, and vision to build a personalized operating system that can understand users' intentions and intuitively help them get things done. Our technology approach can be seen in Rabbit's patent filings, which are public. Our focus is protecting our customers and our data. Because of this, engineers often only... The fact that Riker gets buffer when George barks is amazing.
George does disapprove.
Because of this, engineers often only have access to parts of the system. This design of segregation allows us to focus on areas each team excels in, while also protecting our most valuable intellectual property from unauthorized access or, in the worst case, theft. It's nothing. They definitely ascribe to the marketing theory of if you are not actively licking my toes, you are not being objective. An objective person would want to lick my toes.
I feel like I think it's probably like a lot of work has gone into this, but it's been a bit of a disaster. I don't even know if a lot of work has gone into it. I mean, it's hard, you know. It's difficult. I mean, they got a lot of money though.
Here's my bet.
Yeah, I don't know, but money doesn't go that far. That's the point.
Here's my bet.
I'm trying to be as understanding as possible here, Fred.
I'm willing to bet that they made a token effort to make something like this, and then they went, wait a minute, we can save a lot of money if we just use off-the-shelf stuff. So why not? It's cheaper, it's faster. Why not? And I think that there is also a possibility that they suspected that AI technology was going to rapidly progress.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I can see
They were
that.
like, oh, they're going to make the technology be like before we release, and then we can just use that. They being probably OpenAI. But then they didn't, and they were like, well, shit. Because how much you want to bet they drank the Kool-Aid? They said, hey, these guys are saying that they have even bigger advancements around the corner. Look at the video that they've shown off, right? I haven't forgotten about that. But just Buff Riker quietly expanding and agreeing with me fills me with so much power. So I think, yes, Keed, that is one possibility. They actually believe the promises that OpenAI were making, and they got tricked themselves, because there is a significant possibility that we've peaked. That's what a lot of that apparently, allegedly, this is what people in the field are saying, is that this technology, until we get a massive amount of training data, like a massive amount more than is on the internet since its inception, until we get way more, we're stuck, right? There's going to have to be some major change or breakthrough.
Yeah, and I think part of what these guys are doing is a lot of people who've kind of like, how can I say this in a way that makes sense? They kind of bullshitted their way to victory.
Yep.
They promised they could deliver something, and a lot of people have gone on to be able to just deliver it, right? And they essentially went, we don't know if we can deliver this, but we got to try. We wouldn't get the investment if we didn't promise we could deliver on something that was beyond our expectations.
Right.
Because
And
investors don't go for investments where people are like, we can achieve something manageable.
Yeah, exactly. All of the investment money is going to the people who promise huge things. And it's it's kind of embarrassing to watch this cycle happen over and over again, where people get way too excited and invest way too much money.
Yeah. And it's obvious it's not going to pan out very well.
No.
Same with NFTs. I mean, if your invention NFTs in like alienates the majority of the arts community, it's never going to succeed.
My point is, I don't think we're getting much more.
No. But we can deliver Buff Riker to you.
Yes, we can. This is true advancement. Josie, yes, this is why AI has been everywhere. It's because in startup companies or existing companies, in order to maintain the faith of investors, because investors believe, a lot of investors have been tricked into believing that if their tech company isn't using this fancy new AI technology, they're going to fall behind and their valuation is going to decrease. And so every tech company, and even not tech companies, have been forced to say, we are working on integrating artificial intelligence into our workflow, or like our marketing, or our everything, in order to maintain the faith of investors. And
because investors aren't necessarily specialists in the field. They're just investors.
Right, exactly. Investors are, if they know anything, it's going to be about the market, not about any specific field, right? Some might have some very specific knowledge of specific fields. You get people who are like into biotech, medical tech, who might have some knowledge in the field, but other than that, like, it's not much, especially in especially in tech, in fields that are brand new, of course investors aren't going to be knowledgeable about the cutting edge. They'll have read headlines and maybe heard something through the grapevine that one of their investor friends heard from someone that's in the tech industry, right?
Yeah, and they rely a lot on people promising them things. So if
Yeah.
a lot of these people start their companies by going to an investor and basically saying, "We can give you this."
Hmm.
You heard about AI? AI is going to be the future. We got this article from the Washington Post and all this stuff like this. We're going to be at the forefront of that, and you can't afford not to invest in our company.
Right, exactly. And then that means they're taking money from other places that it could be. Lumpy says Riker took all the training data and made it weight training.
Exactly.
Hell yeah.
Normal people go to the gym. I go to the library.
God. Okay, so there's something I wanted to show. I want to show art now. We spent a lot longer on this than I intended. But there was something in particular. There are a few things, but there's something in particular that Talks made that I wanted to show. I mentioned, they're okay. Hold on. Okay. Look at this. Okay, I need to like get us out of the way. I'm gonna unfoogie and unme myself.
Nobody unfoogies Riker.
Okay, so last stream I mentioned, oh my god, my character in Disco Elysium style, and Toxoglossa took that assignment and ran with it. Look at this. It's perfect. You want to know how I know this is a perfect Disco Elysium portrait?
Tell me, Fred. I've never played Disco Elysium, so you have to clue me in a bit.
Oh, Disco Elysium is it is a rabbit hole. It is quite the game. All of the portraits.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, you've seen the portraits for Disco Elysium, right?
Yeah.
The reason I know that this is a true emulation of the Disco Elysium style is the character looks like he's about to call me a slur.
Yeah.
That's how I know.
They captured your inner beauty.
Yeah. God, I love it, right? Every Disco Elysium portrait is like slightly unflattering in a realistic way. You know what I mean? And I feel like that realism really, that sort of, that characterization really makes it beautiful. And I feel like Talks captured that really well. This is so sick. Kuno doesn't give a shit. I wonder like what he would say, right? Oh my god. Okay. Now I want to take this and make a custom Disco Elysium scene. That would be so good. Like what would he argue for, right? Like okay. What sort of political ideology would this Fred be arguing?
Oh, they'd be a libertarian.
Libertarian?
Yeah, absolutely.
See, my thought is like he'd be centrist and he thinks he's better than you because like he understands that the world's too complicated, right? We need a little bit of everything.
I get that, but they're not they're too interesting.
He's a monarchist.
Monarchist? Yeah, I can see that. Straight out of 1868. Germany in 1868. Gonna go hang out with Lord Byron.
God. Owlarchist.
Owlarchist.
I wanna see.
Maybe a futurist.
A futurist.
They'll be
yeah,
like,
technology.
No
will solve that
dessert
problem.
until you've no dessert until you finish stroking your sandpaper.
Oh my god. Okay, we have an interesting Starry Feathers sketch page for last stream. Oh yeah. We have weird AI bullshit. There's me being choked. As per the style. Good. And also, I like the hand in different places. Because we have the pet too. Good. Scooby-Doo Biden. Am I like... Oh my god, okay. You know Scooby-Doo Biden, right? You saw that?
I have seen
Let me
it,
show
yeah.
you.
I saw somebody
Can't see.
describe it as the 9/11 of humor or
Oh my
9/11
God.
of television.
It's a lot. The way I described it was it was so
This
it
chat
was
can't
so
see, Fred.
cringe. It was so they can see now. It is so cringy that it would make a twink's asshole pucker so tightly that they would lose 6 months of stretching progress.
Fucking hell. That was like my 9/11 right there.
Oh, EP. And oh, the Roy hug. Oh. Roy was being very, very sweet yesterday. And I love how we have the contrast of AI tractor girl. Oh, and gay courage from Nick. Good.
Yep.
Olivia, thanks for the raid. Welcome in, guys. Oh, we have Jesus with a person that's like attached to them. It's very Scorn, except like I don't know, like the attachment onto it, right? There's a parasite. This is more what, Phyrexia?
Scorn, they kind of like wear you, don't they? They like you kind
Yeah.
of like wrap around them.
Yeah. Then the prostate seeking missile. That's good. Is that Roy's ass? That is 100% Roy's ass.
Blimey. Blimey.
And you just reading my book. Look at me. And oh, and look at that pixel art painting. Oh, this is gorgeous. Nope, or maybe it is. Yeah. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh,
This is like
this is
the
gorgeous.
Fred that has seen the horrors of war.
1,000-yard stare. Yeah,
This is I
the
have no
Disco
mouth and I
Elysium.
must Fred.
Yeah, the Disco Elysium portrait.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this looks like my rig staring up at Measurehead. God, I love Measurehead. He's so fucking funny. Siba. Thank you, you guys. Ryan, we have Ryan Roulette to do today.
Oh yeah, Ryan Roulette. None of that Wheel of the Weird. Wheel of the Weird sounds
It's
like
time,
a 60s music festival.
It does.
This weekend on Weird of the Weird.
See, you said it more like Top Gear. Hold on, let me
This
see if
week,
I can find
James May. No, that's the MCA. That's a famous song, Fred. That's Radar Love. You can't. It's not just a regular theme tune. That's also a pop song.
Oh, okay.
We can do it a cappella.
I didn't realize that. Okay, so we have 5 different
That's what
options on this
that's what
wheel.
the stream needs. That's what the stream needs is more a cappella singing.
That's what we're missing. We have. I like how I look to the side and it looks like Mochi and I are looking at each other in concern.
It's okay, Mochi. I'll keep you safe.
We have with your big muscles. I told you stream peaked before stream started.
But George's making noises now.
George.
She can't hear you. I'm wearing headphones.
George. Hey, George.
Oh, and I'll put the headphones on her. Hey.
Oh. Hello, George. Hi, George. George. George.
She's
Good girl.
looking interested.
Good girl. Good George. George.
You're probably
George,
making her
George,
less
George.
noisy.
George,
right
George,
now.
George. I am calming the dog. George. Is he actually going to... Do you have your headphones back on? Or
Yes,
am I
I
still
have
talking to George? Okay. George. BB. So we have 5 options today on Ryan Roulette. You named this Fredma.
Yes.
Alfie's...
I'm sorry.
Alfie's name for me continues to spread. Alfie's habit of adding ma. Wowie, Fredma. I love you. So we have rage. We have wieners. We
This has
have
been cut off. It says stop, he's already
stop.
dead.
He's already dead. Yep. We have, which is a Simpsons reference. We have beer. I know the beer one. I'm excited. And we have jacking off. Okay.
These are the 5 emotions an English person experiences.
We're going to learn about English people today, children. All right, here we go. Stop, he's already dead.
Okay.
That's what we've
this
got.
Is...
All right, Ryan.
This is to finish off what we didn't finish at Bolton Brown.
Oh my god. I love horses as an animal.
So maybe we do like a... I sent you the Google Drive, and I think his file's in there, but if you want to do like a quick recap of the videos, and then we'll cover the things we didn't quite finish, because there's like a couple of very interesting points.
Bolton Brown. I can't believe that this man exists. Okay.
No, an update. We just didn't get... We
didn't get to
through it all.
everything. Yeah, so as a short recap, Bolton Brown tried to fashion himself as the next big up and coming composer.
Right, George.
And he
Well, I think it's fair to say his dad probably did. You're now influencing the dog. Perfect response.
Muscled Riker shaking himself. God, that Fugi is just the worst.
It's actually the best.
So, Bolton Brown, his dad tried to make him into the next big composer. And, the dude with the fake documentary. I want to listen to that again.
It's catchy. It's catchy.
It is.
It's going to be like... there are a couple of videos, and those... The only other good one is like the one where he's like really tilted about the rehearsal.
Yeah.
And that's amazing. He looks so annoyed. And I know the feeling. I know the feeling when you're like... And the musicians are bitching, and they're not playing it right. And you just want them to shut the fuck up and do it right. This is pure undistilled composer rage right now.
Okay, hold on. I downloaded the video. Should have.
I
Here
will
we
breeze
go.
first, and then we'll look at the bits we didn't cover.
Okay, hold on. I wanna get.
This is like this is him. Maybe him being. This is like just an example of his music.
Yeah.
That Yachtmaster was composed by a 15-year-old is extraordinary in itself. It's easy to forget that tonight's featured piece was written 5 years ago, when Bolton was just 10 years old.
Right,
So
and that almost certainly isn't true.
So he's 32 now.
Oh dear.
So like that he's not a young composer, and like I remember that this I became aware of Bolton Brain in 2011, and this was still going on, and he wasn't young then. He was like 21 or something, you know,
Right.
Which is young, but it's not like young composer. Mozart is 5 years old, you know. It's
Right.
It's not. You've kind of gone past that point where this guy can read and write music to this guy probably should just go to university now.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. I feel like, there are a lot of kids who start out really like impressive or, like, oh, that's good for a kid. And then they just kind of never advance beyond that.
Yeah.
I literally cannot
No.
turn the video up.
But yeah, it's one of those it's one of those things where I think it's actually, I see it very often where people tend to like plateau and they all kind of plateau together. Do you see what I mean? And then
Yes.
their progress is much slower. You go from like mastering the basics of the art form to trying to find your own way through it, and that's far more complex.
Right. Yeah. And that's the tricky part. I would upload Buff Riker, but it would not read well when it's so tiny.
I'll never be tiny. I'll be the biggest emote ever. God, I love this. I love this so much. This is the best. This is the best. It's amazing.
I'm so glad that I taught you how to do this. Okay, so what should we pull out from this folder that you gave me?
Oh crap! Let me look. I have to get through all the pictures of Riker first.
Which video was that again?
I think you want number 1.
Oh, really?
Promo trim.
Okay, let me see. Where is it?
Number 1 and 3A.
Oh, here we go. Promo trim. There it is. Okay, let me download this real quick.
The Hall of Lies, as I call it.
The whole.
The Hall
That is
of Lies.
accurate. Okay, here we go.
For the sporting community.
Want to find the
Conclusion.
right.
It's so small.
I've grown up in the New Forest where there are horses everywhere. And since I love the horse as an animal, it would seem an obvious choice to write a piece about it.
Since I love the horse as an animal.
I love
range of
that
lovely
qualifier.
Mhm.
It's like, Bolton, we don't want people to think you want to like you love a
timely
horse.
observations on-
We want people to
Right.
think you like the idea of a horse. It's beautiful.
with a body of work inspired by excellence, and that is at once topical.
I feel
body
like that's
inspired by
yeah,
Buff Riker's
inspired.
body.
Yeah, I inspired by this dude. He reminds it. Yeah, Vosh energy. Did you hear about that?
Yes, of course I did. I tried to forget it.
It's oh boy, I don't want to get dragged into the discourse, so I'm not gonna bring it up. But
Has
boy,
Vosh
howdy.
ever said that they love the horse as an animal?
I don't think so. Not specific. Not that I'm an expert. Where is it? Hold on. Is it back here? Like my favorite bit.
Pieces. But it's this latest work that's really music.
I feel like saying that you have work that is inspired by a body of excellence, right? It's the most backhanded compliment that you can give. Like, it's inspired by good stuff.
Yeah.
And a Yachtmaster
Here it
Symphony.
is.
Ever since
I swear to God, it sounds like the soundtrack to someone playing with their dick.
Ever since
It's
beautiful,
so
Fred.
bad. One more time. I don't know why it brings me so much joy. It's penisy.
and a Yachtmaster Symphony.
Olympic
Ever since
schooner.
An incredibly whimsical jack off. Yeah. Hoity toity toy.
The kind of jack off that Lord Byron would enjoy. That Phineas Fogg would enjoy. In a balloon.
Oh.
Do you know
George.
in the original story he doesn't fly in a balloon?
Oh really?
No.
Hmm.
It's because he boring time. I don't know what else to read it, but he calculates by the newspaper with the completion of a railway in India, he can circumnavigate the globe in 80 days.
Mm-hmm.
And when he gets to like India, the railway's not finished, so he has to ride an elephant. There you are. So that's the rub.
Okay, Ryan, where should we look to finish up Bolton and Brown?
So we did the radio interviews, so we were just on them. But like after that, there's like some remarkable stuff, shall we say?
Okay. What specifically should I be downloading here?
I think anything after that, and I'll talk you through it. Okay, because we can brief through this quite quickly.
After that, okay. So the screenshots?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because here's the thing. I'm gonna lean into the microphone real close.
Okay,
so I get
last
extra
modified,
buff.
right? Last modified.
They're just in alphabetical order.
Oh, okay.
Ignore the last screenshots without any numbers in front.
So we have radio interview part 1, 2, and 3. So we have like 13E, 13F, 13G. Those
until 15. Yeah, 15E.
Okay, gotcha. Okay,
behind the scenes
nab
at
all
a
of
Twitch
these.
stream. So I'm
I
going
did
to
not download these beforehand.
Excuse me. Well, oh, bless you, George. We're all doing funny stuff here.
I'm just extracting.
All right. So I'm going to lean into the microphone. Bolton got into the Olympics.
Right, he actually did it.
He actually did it.
Yeah, okay. English composer Bolton Brown will premiere his So, to be clear, this dude has no accomplishments, and like his dad's just trying to build him up as this incredible composer.
Yep.
That's where we're at.
So let me talk for a bit of background to this.
Okay.
So as you can see, oh, thank you, George.
Oh,
typical British shit. Don't you badmouth my nation. So this piece is called Sport Music Patenk, and what happened was a colleague of mine.
Patenk is the sound of his career hitting the bottom of the barrel.
This is probably the lowest moment. So stop it. So what happened was sorry, George. I think she might need a wee, so we'll finish this and I'll take her out. Or maybe we might call a break here and I'll have to take her out.
Okay, yeah, we'll take a break. We'll take a break. Go.
We'll take a break and I'll debuff Riker and I'll take the dog outside.
Sounds good.
Right. Speak to you in the Mosky.
All right. Go. Oh, BB. Hearing George's sounds is so delightful. I have photos. I wonder if he'd be okay if I shared a photo. Oh, George. I'll share a photo of George. Look at. Oh, the baby. The baby. Oh, that's George. That is the dog. That is making all the sounds. Yeah, the coat's so pretty. That's a very pretty dog. I appreciate dogs of all kinds. We appreciate dogs in this house. George is... Every time Ryan talks about George, it's somehow saying that George is being a little brat. A small problem. Yeah, so pretty and so full of opinions. Yeah. Has big opinions about Ryan being on stream today. Very opinionated. The perfect chat member. So, yep. Dogs. I grew up with dogs. I grew up with Boston Terriers. Protector of Jam, I am so glad that you typoed that highlighted message so you had to highlight twice and spend double the channel points. I'm glad. I'm glad that you suffered. Grizzly, I understand that you are explaining that your brother has what, like Dachshund and Pit Bulls mixes, but do you have to call them wiener pits? Is that really the way that you need to describe them? You are good. That is not necessary. Wiener bowls. That's better. That's better. It's like the Wiener Smiths. In my NSFW account, down the Wiener pit. Great. Not anymore. Not after watching Skibbity Biden. All that progress. Gone.
Back.
Welcome back. You immediately inflated upon your return.
Oh, wait, I'm deafened. I go to Mini Riker. That's hilarious.
Wait, do you?
Yeah, look. When I...
Okay, let me see. Oh my god. When he's deafened or muted? Hold on, I want to see. Yeah, when he's muted. When he's muted, he goes to Mini Riker.
I think if you deafen me too, I go.
Let me see.
As well.
No, it doesn't look like it.
Oh.
It's just when you mute yourself.
I have the power.
That is so good.
Okay, so now my dog has stopped wanting a wee.
Okay. I showed a photograph of George. I hope that's okay.
I saw the picture of George. Yeah, she was being very good there. Oh, my headphone cable is all tangled up in my dog right now. This is not good. So, what this was I think something like 12 composers were chosen to have music included in what they called the Cultural Olympiad, which was a sort of set of cultural events alongside the Olympics. Excuse me. My teacher did something called a piece called Ping, which was like a ping pong piece that had a string quartet of 4 ping pong players, and it's like a good fun piece. Ping. It's like, you know, they do different tricks playing ping pong, and there's music that accompanies it and stuff like that. Bless you, dear Fredrik. But they occasionally had some events, for example, where they would be like, okay, you're going to show Ping, but you can show some other music as well, and you need to program what other music that is. So Joe asked one of his old students, a guy called Andy Ingermouse, and he was part of an ensemble called Los Calaveras. And Los Calaveras? Ross? And I knew of Bolton Brain through Andy because Andy had been Googling. Andy's a very diligent guy. And he had been Googling music at the Olympics, Olympic music and stuff like that, and he found this guy Bolton Brown, and he was like, "There's this guy, and he wants entries to submit your own sporting music, and I'm going to enter it. I'm going to get it in the Olympics," which he did.
Okay.
This piece is a Fluxus piece, which means it involves like them playing petanque and the sound of an amplified petanque course.
Mhm.
And it says I've been to a restaurant called Petanque when I was in Shanghai, but it was a French restaurant. But I guess petanque is common in the Netherlands as well, and it's a bit like bowls. You roll like metal balls towards a target ball, I suppose. I'm sure there's some people who've played petanque in the comments who are pulling their hair out and who are like, "That's not how you play petanque, Ryan." But they did this piece, and it's like the antithesis of what Bolton Brown would consider music. It's like thanks, Ika Pika. Balls!
Yeah, Mary's idea of how to play petanque is taking the heavy ball and then dropping it onto your balls.
Lovely. I would like to see him cry. Swole Riker does not go for that. But this was kind of, Andy was like, well, I spoke to Andy about it, and I was like, were you taking the piss? Right? Were you just making fun of him? And he was like, no, what I was trying to do was like, in some ways, yes, but I was just taking him at his word. So I knew he wouldn't like it, but what I was doing was going, well, you wanted entries. This is our entry. Who are you to say it's not an appropriate entry?
Right.
Now the next picture is them saying it's not an appropriate entry. This is a response to the email Andy sent.
Okay, let me see. All right. Dear Bolton Brown / Music Olympia.
Oh, this is Andy's.
Okay, yeah, this is Andy. So yeah, he's put in a piece that is like very like Bolton Brown likes his classical music classical, right? Like Bolton Brown is sort of, if he had a Twitter account, it would have a classical Greek statue on it. Yeah. So he submits this. Andy submits a piece that is very experimental, right? Like, I don't know about experimental, but it
says that exactly. It is a piece of experimental music theatre inspired by the traditions of Fluxus performance, John Cage's Indeterminate work, and the English experimental music of Cornelius Cardew's Scratch Orchestra. In addition, it could be considered within the same lineage of
Mauricio Kegels.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, I was just like trying to get his first name right because I'm just like Kegels.
Mauricio. I cannot move it anymore. Mauricio.
It's very small on my screen. I have to lean all the way forward with a dachshund on my lap. It's okay. It's fine.
You're right. This is the only reason I know how to pronounce this.
Mauricio, I can't move it anymore. Mauricio.
Oh. Fred, what's that on the left-hand side of your
What is that on the left-hand side? Oh, it's lo-fi. And then this is cryo chamber. I like putting on lo-fi and or dark ambient while I'm working.
But you can see here it gets into the Warwick Arts Centre as part of performances and featuring other Olympic composers. This is the response they get. Next image, Fredo.
Okay, here's the response. I'm so excited. Below are the submission... Dear Andy, below are the submission requirements which will help you qualify for a world record. 1. Nationality is determined by the composer's passport, regardless of where they study or work. 2. All works must be original. 3. All works must never have been performed live before in public. 4. All works must never have been recorded and released to the public before in any format. 5. All works must be submitted in traditional notation as authentic scores of the composer alone. No collaborations will be considered. If choral music is included, the composer must also have written the lyrics.
This
6.
feels like it was added specifically to exclude this this application.
Really?
Yeah.
6. All works must be self-published for full orchestra and submitted as a master's score and parts ready to go into the recording studio and on stage for the premiere concert. 7. All works must be conducted by the composer. 8. All works may be enhanced by other performers, including soloists, choirs, dancers, film, providing all music has been written by the composer. 9. Please submit all works simultaneously, enough for a double CD album and a full evening's concert program of 2 hours duration. Do not stagger submissions. 10. Age of composer is a factor.
Oh, bless you.
And the younger the better, and commensurate with the sport being honored. So that's just what did he not fulfill?
I think because it's not traditional notation and it's a collaboration. Right.
Okay.
But here's the problem, right? This is insane because nobody entered this. What's the point in having rules? What's the point in having rules that reduce the number of entries you'll get when you have 0 entries? It's not like people are clamoring to enter it.
Right. Yeah, you're making it less appealing.
It's like, and also if you look on their website when it was open, they didn't have this on there. They weren't like, these are the rules. They were just like, the video had this vague reference to this idea that everybody was going to submit their own orchestral pieces in the competition.
Right.
But like, that's really fucked because like, if you're going to enter your music in a competition, you don't arrange for it to be performed. That's insane. That's that's like me entering a competition, like a pool contest, and providing my own prize money to give to other people.
Okay, so after this, what happens, right? Like, so this is a flop. Nobody, like, the one person who submits to this gets refused.
Yeah.
And then
I don't want to include, but okay, so then they try to rebrand the idea several times, and I don't know if I included it because it's difficult, but okay, this is them trying to get funding for this piece. This goes into fucking La La Land. You will not believe some of the shit written here. So there's like basic instructions and stuff like that. There's like all this vague stuff where people are like, I like this idea. Right? I think it's number 3.
Yeah, the managing director of Decca, Mark Wilkinson, and the senior vice president of Universal Music Group, Costa Pilavachi, both met with me to say they would distribute the album, providing I could finance the recording and premiere. It's like, wait, so what's the point of them? Okay, so what? They say, all right, you
CDs and stuff, but like,
yeah, they'll do the printing, I guess. They suggested using Anna Berry for producer, who did the Royal Wedding album, and after reading the scores and talking with me, she not only agreed, but introduced me to the owner of IMG Artists. She also writes, Bolton Brown is extremely talented, and this is an audacious and interesting project that breaks a lot of molds and deserves to succeed.
You know the saying, put your money where your mouth is?
Yes.
Yes. You agree,
yeah, George.
I think George is a bit...
Okay, so the next page here. Because so remember some of the owner.
So sorry, this is a bit word dense. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Oh my god!
So
wait, hold on.
Yeah.
No, wait. I want to
5.
read 6. I want to read. Okay, well, okay, 5. Because 6 is insane. Are you kidding me? This is something.
This is the thing.
This
Yeah,
is
I
something
can
that
read
the
it now.
owner of IMG Artists, Barrett Wisman, met with me to discuss. At Anna Berry's suggestion, he flew in from his home in Dallas, Texas, and said because his agency had a deep enough backlist, they could populate a spectacular series of Pass the Baton concerts, something never before attempted. Once every 2 hours across 24 time zones for a total of 12 concerts, we can synchronize the former Olympic stadia around the globe to simultaneously perform the same program at the same time, and thus not only turn classical music back into classical sport through relay, but for our top conductors to showcase how cultural variation and personal technique interpret music, all against a level playing field made possible by the composer's own world premiere rendition. Conductors have never had this chance before, and it also gives audiences the same opportunity, measure for measure, to compare which version they prefer. As each fan participates in the same peacekeeping process, we demonstrate
What is your favorite jack-off music? Whimsical jack-off music. Do you like Simon Rattle? Do you like Duda Mal's version? Who's your favorite? Who's your favorite conductor, Fred?
I'm jorking it to conductors. We demonstrate what peace sounds like when United Nations work together in concert. We all know what war sounds like, but what about peace? It sounds like jorking it. I remember in Saga, there was a really great line that I liked. The opposite of war is not peace. The opposite of war is fucking. I am interested in helping, and I think there are many ideas that are worthwhile. I am ready and willing to move my organization to work on this, but the project needs to have at least a base level of funding committed. All right, here comes the money.
That sounds like a really negative response.
It does, yeah. 6. Because this is a new genre and we have written an entire concert program, not just one piece to share with others, London 2012 becomes the first Olympics to actually demonstrate what peace does sound like, what it is that nations have so long yearned for and apparently forgotten how to identify. This dude is such a jack-off. This dude's like, nobody knows what peace sounds like. This kind of reminds me of, oh shoot, I'm trying to think. It reminds me of people saying, this is the first time this has ever been done when, like, someone in another, like, when this is normal in another country. This has all the energy of, but white people haven't done it yet, so it doesn't count.
But also, Fred, like, what is your ambition? Like, when people say very simple things to you, you're quite moved by it. When people say they fall asleep to your documentaries, that's all you need, right?
Yeah.
This guy, like, wants world peace from his music, which is completely unattainable.
Right. It's like, my music is so good, it is going to move everyone to stop killing each other. Welcome in, Voltaire. Yeah, this man is incredible.
If our music academies were to reinstate sport onto the curriculum, there's a lot of reasons why you don't want to do that. Like, for example, you can't really play tennis if you're a musician because it, like, fucks your arms up.
Right.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's just one reason, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, world peace has already been achieved by Ram Ranch. Oh, I love this. If we did nothing else, putting on this spectacular global relay out of East London would be legacy enough for any nation, and one that could certainly win nomination for a Nobel Peace Prize. God Christ.
So, I did a pub quiz the other night. In 1953, Winston Churchill won a Nobel Prize. What was it for?
Wasn't it? It wasn't a peace prize, was it?
I thought it might be, but it was a literature prize because he was still prime minister then, and I was like, well, I think if he had like stopped being prime minister, he stopped being prime minister in 1955, I want to say. But apparently it was books he wrote that won the prize, and I thought maybe like with the European community or something like that, he might have won a part of a peace prize, but he actually won a literature prize. But yeah, that's a bananas. That's an absolutely that's such an insane. You want to win a Nobel Peace Prize? There are people who do like extraordinary work over decades,
Right.
and they never even enter the running. You know?
Yeah.
It's this is so. When I read this, I was like, this is a red flag of epic proportions, because they're applying for funding here, and that's the reason why I when I googled it, I found it, because it's public record. You know? It's completely it's just beyond any scope of regular ambition.
Yes,
This does get worse, by the way.
I feel like he's already thinking about all of the amazing accolades he's going to get when he's done none of the work yet.
Yeah, and it's like there's all this energy here, Fred. Where is it going into getting the piece actually performed? It's like 12 concerts this, CDs that, Peace Prize this. It's just like, why didn't you get the funding to perform? Because music's expensive to perform, right?
Right.
It's I think the rate from the Musicians Union is a musician gets paid £48 per hour. So if you have 100 players, that's 100 times 48. That's £4,800, right? I want to say. And let's say you take 10 hours to rehearse it and perform it. It's 50k, right? But I'm desperately asking for help with my maths here. But you get the idea. How much did the documentary cost? How much did the second documentary cost? How much did all this time involve? Like, genuine question, how much... He's clearly from like a slightly privileged background.
Right.
You know, getting all the money to perform a concert together, perhaps not an orchestral concert, is within their grasp. And it's like when we listen to the music, it's not like it's been like orchestrated by a guy who knows how to use VST instruments. It's like the fundamental Sibelius MIDI.
Yeah.
So there's been no investment in the actual music.
Right.
And throughout
It's
these
so
whole things,
annoying.
you hear none of the music. You hear like 10-second segments.
Shit, where...
it's like Chat GD. Sorry, it was Google AI for a second then.
Yeah, I know. It's because I was looking for the promo trim. Hold on. Again, to reiterate, like what the music sounds like in this conceptualization.
And a Yachtmaster Symphony. Ever since London won the 20...
It's all just MIDI. Yeah, it's all MIDI shit, and it sounds not great.
By my own yachting experience.
Turning Point.
The piped-in applause.
Defines Bolton's passion for sport.
And crossing the line.
And also, you know, listening to music for the first time is kind of a befuddling experience. Like our experience when you hear, like I heard Arvo Pet's, I was listening Arvo Pet's what's it called? Canticum in Memoriam of Benjamin Britten or something. And it really resonated with me, but I've heard it like loads of times before. It's been used in like documentaries I watched. And I was like always wondering, like, if I heard this the first time, would it hit me in the same way if I didn't have it as this association with it, you know, something I heard a long time ago. So selling people on music, like to any degree, is very challenging. People approach new music they hear with a level of skepticism. So you have to be really on point when you present music to people. You know, you can really easily lose an audience. So the fact that so little effort has been put into it, perhaps they know that, but I think they've at least gone about it the wrong way.
Right.
You know. Sorry, I just saw Riker again, and I was just like, I'm gone.
Okay.
This gets worse, by the way. This document gets worse, and then there's an even worse document as well.
Oh no. Are you kidding me?
This is why we had to go back.
Since what we listened to, okay. So behave. Oh my god, since what we listen to affects how we behave. Oh, he's getting like fundamental now. Oh god.
This is like, if I was talking about other people, it'd be a really inspiring way to talk about other people. But he's talking about himself.
Yeah, right. Since what we listen to affects how we behave, using the composer as interlocutor for peace is a smart move because composers deal with conflict resolution every day. We bring opposing forces together in the orchestra and create harmony, not out of unity as tyrants would have us believe, but out of diversity. Since aggression and empathy are two emotions that travel along the same neural pathway in the brain, I am. Oh my god.
Yep. This is still not the worst part.
Are you? This is such. Oh, he's such a jackass. Okay. But by the way,
like,
I
yeah,
wanted
go ahead,
to
Fred.
I wanted to pull out someone in chat. MX Claire says, "You jack off to yourself in the mirror because you're a narcissist. I jack off to myself in the mirror because I'm gay. We are not the same."
It's beautiful.
God, this dude like needs to get slapped. I feel like there's something needs to get jumbled loose in their head. Something is stuck gumming up the works.
I think, you know, it's possible to hurt people by not letting them be hurt. Right?
Right. We were kind of
It's
talking
like
about that yesterday on stream.
people who, some people don't engage with anything like a real. I'm very frustrated with I hate like what Rotten Tomatoes has done to like criticism.
Yeah,
That like if
and
somebody gives a dissenting review to something, they become a focal point of hatred. And I'm like, but criticism's good. People criticize my work all the time, and if it resonates with me, that makes me better at my job, right? Is my ego so fragile that I will give up on my entire? And it's possible for like criticism to go too far, and there are things that are not constructive. But is my ego so fragile that somebody says something that resonates with me, that I'm just going to give up on my whole job? You
yeah.
know?
I think that I'm in a similar way, right? Like when someone criticizes my work on Down the Rabbit Hole, I used to, feel very self-conscious, but now when someone says, "Oh yeah, this doesn't really work," I'm like, "Thank you for telling me before millions of people see it."
Yeah.
Like Jesus Christ, like it's more of a it feels like dodging a bullet.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Like there's a relief. Like, oh, thank God you showed this to me. I don't know. I guess I just don't care anymore because I stand by my work.
Yeah. David Byrne said that like somebody asked David Byrne in an interview, "What's your favorite Talking Head song?" And he was like, "They're kind of like children. Some of them embarrass you, but you love them all the same."
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's how I feel about my work. Some of my work, I'm like, yeah, it's a bit embarrassing, but I had to do it. I had to do it, or I'd have never learned my lesson.
Right.
I had to. You sometimes, there's I think it's Samuel Beckett who said this, but maybe it's somebody else completely. It's like fail once, fail better.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
We're always failing, and Bolton Brown has been insulated from failure.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah.
He's only had one failure because he never made any music, as far as I can tell, after this.
Interesting. Ugh.
Which is really sad. Because this isn't bad, but it's not great either. And it's certainly not on the level that anybody here is suggesting it is.
Right. There's someone in chat that said something beautiful. Humiri42 says, "This man has so many small thoughts that when he nods, it sounds like a maraca, but he hears it as thunderous applause."
Yeah.
That's really good.
And I think they probably drank the Kool-Aid of people who are like, oh, you have to market yourself and you have to fake it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that is true to a certain extent. When you first start making music, you're a shitheel, and nobody cares about you, and you've never done anything, and you just want that one opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
You just want that one chance. So you getting that one chance is really difficult, but you have to start incrementally.
Mm-hmm.
You can't start going, I want to write a piece that's going to win a Nobel Peace Prize.
Like,
right?
no, start small. Start small.
Yeah. I mean, music used to be in the Olympics, actually. Composition used to be an Olympic event. Back when they had, painting in the Olympics as well, and it was a bit of a mess. I feel like Edvard Grieg or some people like that won gold medals in the Olympics and stuff like that. And I kind of like the idea because it's so ridiculous, but I feel like you need to succeed as a composer. You need a little bit of. It's really hard because it's different to being narcissistic, but you have to be satisfied in the work. The work existing has to be enough. I got really depressed a few months ago, and I was I ended up listening to Michael Nyman's "Learning the Ropes," which is a really beautiful piece. And I was like, God, I'm so glad music exists. I'm so glad I get to do this because, no matter what else is going wrong, this is still immensely comforting. And I think that's the kind of thing you need. Is that you're just glad that music exists and that you can be part of it, and that's it's not narcissism. It's a satisfaction that comes from it.
Yeah, and you get to be a part of that.
Isn't that true? Yeah, of course that's true of all creative arts. It's just that's my experience.
That's it. Yeah,
and also because we're talking about a composer as well.
It's. And it's so funny to talk about it in this way and then be reading about Bolton Brown, who says, "We can reverse polarities by using the principles of classical sport to inform the writing of classical music, so that by realigning the melodies of the mind, the harmonies of the heart, and the rhythms of the body, we can deliver peak performance." He actually used the term peak performance.
This is
I'm
something
going to
straight
scream.
out of Atlas Rising or some sci-fi game where they use this is sci-fi waffle turned up to 10. Do you know what I mean?
Oh,
it's amazing. Yeah. Reverse the polarity using the kindness of your heart.
Perhaps if our music academies were to reinstate sport once again onto the curriculum, our concert halls would fill with sport fans, and the music turned out would be healthier, more integrated, and wholesome. As it is, the classical record industry is in a slump because composers are not writing the kind of music that people want to take home and listen to again and again, which is the only reason records are made in the first place.
I think this is a remarkable disconnect as well.
Yes.
Is that the value of music is defined by the number of people who want to take it home. That's not the case. And right. I think Andy mentioned John Cage as a inspiration. John Cage's music for me is remarkably beautiful and tender and sweet and inspiring. And the fact that not many other people share that point of view. And I think one day lots of people will. Does not diminish that for me. I think his music is, remarkably beautiful.
Oh, God. This is new Sonic brands can develop. Yeah, cool. Can develop for sport clubs. So
Just if I wish like we could advance streaming technology so you could slowly fade in like a Sonic PNG as you're reading through this.
New Sonic brands can develop for sports clubs, associations, and companies of all kinds. Future vol.
Is there not a Mike Sonic emote?
Oh no, he has a few. He has.
He does. He has the Sonic one. Where is it?
He has Sonic Meal.
Shrado. That's what I'm looking for.
Shrado. There you go.
Sorry.
God, his emotes have gradually become more rancid.
Yep. This does get worse. This does still get
what
worse.
What do you mean it gets worse?
Look at the next page. I think.
Okay.
I feel like I remember things being in a specific place, and then it's just. Okay, so 11.
Our plan to make a TV documentary that covers the backstory to all of this, how sport and music come together to promote peace. We'll use the 3 Mill Studios at our Olympic Park, and thus help bring in much needed investment to the region. Y'all are poor. We're gonna fix that. Oh, God. By broadcasting our world premiere from the Olympic Stadium, we can use the nearby studio to develop our filming project and synchronize all of the relay concerts worldwide from there. When I spoke with the various TV producers at MIP TV in Cannes, they were all keen to get started and asked me to alert them as soon as I had a firm date to begin recording in the studio. Like, I love all these people are like, yeah, all right, once you pay us.
I've been to the Cannes Festival, the Cannes Line Creativity Festival, not the film festival, and the whole thing makes you feel like you want to be sick because there's just so many like people walking around, and they're like, "Yeah, I do this, and I do this, and I do this," and I'm like, and at that back then I was a creative director, which sounds really impressive, but I could do fuck all for you, you know. And if somebody approached me and was like, "Can you do this?" and I was like, I'd be like, I could suggest someone who could help you out.
Right.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Because also I don't have enough interest. Hey, Slush. Sorry. It's all happening here.
Okay, hold on. It asked me to alert them. Yeah, various TV producers. They all insisted on using dual screen technology for this, so that the tech-savvy household could easily order from the screen with their connected devices whatever we made available to them during the script writing. What?
London hotel reservations, charter yacht holidays, polo tournaments.
Oh my god.
Bull market, Fred. Clothing. Everybody needs clothes. Equipment, music tuitions, concert tickets, cars. It's like the James Bond Casino Royale, where everything's like, have you seen Casino Royale is full of product placement? And he's like, just using my Motorola device, wearing my Rolex watch inside my BMW. It's infuriating. Exotic resorts, etc. Please tell me more. Do you have more examples, Bolton? Perhaps a Blue Origin flight.
This is one of those things where he's saying everything is possible.
Yeah,
but I haven't actually
literally
done anything
is
yet.
Possible. There is a universe in the multiverse where this all happened. You're very troubled by that, Fred.
What I am, yeah, a little, but like, I don't know, maybe those people are, maybe he got a Nobel Peace Prize over there and everyone's better off for it.
Oh, it gets worse. Did you read about the TV production? Go up again.
All right.
I know 12 is an absolute clusterfuck, but
I have formatted 3 possible treatments for the TV documentary, so depending on budget, we can choose from a one-off spectacular, a 45-minute episode, or a yearly show, Keeping Score, where we present various sports in the field and then back again into the studio, turning them into music, a different combination each week.
That's real Alan Partridge stuff there. Idea for a show, yearly show, Keeping the Score. We present various different sports with musical accompaniment, throwing in between a studio and a field. That's real Alan Partridge stuff there. Okay, now read
It's
12 and listen
nothing.
to your head explode.
Okay. I have also designed 3 video games to extend the final episode of any TV content. These are all sport themed.
Fred, is this real? This is true? This is not true. This is just a lie. I can lie about stuff.
Yeah, this is...
I
No,
have
this
an
is...
AI, Fred.
This
It's
is... Yeah,
called
this
George.
is... Oh my
His
god,
mother is
Bolton
very
Brown.
proud.
Bolton Brown
Fuck.
would have been able to get so much investor funding if he had just been in Silicon Valley.
Ika Pika says his mother is very proud, which is not fair because Tommy Tallarico did not boast this much.
No, which is remarkable. Like
And he's a good composer. He's a successful composer.
Yeah, Tommy Tallarico, he may have claimed that,
Loads of shit.
Yeah, he may have claimed that Shigeru Miyamoto was, giving him hand jobs in the bathroom, but he never claimed that he was going to get a Nobel Peace Prize.
And, I was watching an interview the other day, and Lorne Lanning, who made the Oddworld games, was I was struggling or something, and then Tommy Tallarico was like, you can do this. And I felt like I could do it. And I was like, God, did Tommy Tallarico give us Oddworld?
I thank you for your one contribution.
And the
He was-
soundtrack to Alice Rising. That's a good soundtrack.
Yeah, he was the first American to kiss Sonic on his little nose.
Oh. Keep reading this because it gets.
Yeah, no, I'm ready. Oh my gosh, teleporting helicopter. Thank you for gifting out 10 subs.
That's very kind.
That is very kind. Thank you, everyone. Oh my god, hold on. One of the people who got a gift sub is Egypt Raw back as a furry. Oh, that's good. Everyone, could we please show everyone who just got a gift sub the most important emote that they just got?
So while people are posting their lovely emotes,
The emote, the most important emote.
The V emote. What Tommy Tallarico did is not unusual in the music industry. It is rife in the music industry. Taking credits for people who work for your studio or as associates is rife. The number of soundtracks that Hans Zimmer has written, where you actually look at the credits and he had almost no hand in, is numerous.
Yeah, I remember I specifically made one of the enemy VIPs in XCOM 2, Hans Zimmer for you.
Oh, that's so sweet. But that's not unusual.
Specifically because when you take an enemy VIP, you hit them in the head with the butt of your gun to knock them out and then kidnap them.
Glorious. So, I remember, people were like, "Oh, Hans Zimmer did the music for Call of Duty: Modern Warfare 2," and he did do the main theme. And I was playing the game years ago, and I was like, "There's one really nice piece of music," and I was like, "This is a really nice piece of music." All right, Hans, you won me over. And I looked up, but it's not by him. It's by another guy, and it's he wrote the main theme, which is famous, you know. But the rest of the soundtrack is written by somebody else, and it's when you read it, it's music by Hans Zimmer, and it's that happens all the time. When I watched Hannibal, there's an opera aria, and I was like, that opera aria is really nice, and it's a Hans Zimmer soundtrack, and I was like, okay, I'll look it up. You won me over, Hans. It's by Patrick Cassidy, who worked for his studio. That
What
stuff,
the
and he gets no credit. And there was a thing recently called The Ugly Truth of the film music industry, and it was the subtitle was "The Minions do all the work, the big guys take all the credit." And they interviewed Hans Zimmer, and he was like, "Yeah, it's not right. It should change." And it's like, "Yeah, fuck you. That's not true. You don't think that. You're just saying that because you've been caught out. It's really disgusting that so many people work in the soundtracking industry, the film music industry, and they don't get credit for it. Because every soundtrack has 2 orchestrators as well. So when you get a John Williams soundtrack, he will write the main themes, and then two orchestrators will take it and orchestrate it to an orchestra. And that develops out of like a necessity to write an orchestral soundtrack in 6 weeks or 2 or whatever. But it still means a huge aspect of the work is done by other people. Like the sound of a John Williams orchestra is almost universally recognizable, and a lot of the orchestrators go on to be film music composers later. But they're obviously bringing part of their own work, a significant part of their own work, to the soundtrack.
Right.
Not me though. That's 100% Riker. Sorry, George.
I wanted to mention, by the way, everyone who just got a gift sub, we have another emote coming very soon, and I'd like to show you the work in progress.
Please, we need Swole Riker as well.
Everyone, here is one of the emotes that is coming. Like, this is a work in progress of an emote coming very soon. It's about time. Return to Dumpy.
Return to Dumpy. Reject Bolton. Return to Dumpy. Read 12 and we'll push on through.
All right.
Because
this is insane.
It's insane. There's like a world tour as well at number 13.
Oh my god. I have also designed 3 video games. What does he mean designed?
What do you think he means?
I think he means that he thought about it once.
Maybe he's one of those guys. You have those guys. All right, this is the last. Before you read this, is the last thing. You have those guys, and they're like, okay, but you know how I was watching a Mandalore game review yonks ago, and he was talking about like how he sometimes speaks to developers, and they're interested in feedback to the games, but they do not want you to tell them how to make games, because there are so many people who are like, you should do like Half-Life, but like you can travel from multiple dimensions at a press of the button. So it's like Quantum Leap meets Half-Life, and it's like that is beyond our technology. It's like, okay, what if we did Super Mario, but it's a first-person shooter? And you're like, no, that's a terrible idea. So these people add like a skosh of an idea to an existing idea, and they're like, I'm an ideas guy.
Right. And this is what I've been arguing with AI, arguing about AI, that every AI quote unquote artists, right? They are saying that they have great ideas and that all they need is the chance to show it, and AI is going to give them the chance to to show the world that their ideas are really amazing, and it turns out that their ideas all suck.
Yeah.
Or that AI can only take it so far, right? Like, AI can only create already existing things, right? It can only mash existing things together. So every idea is like, it literally is the case of every quote unquote AI artist is the intellectual equivalent of, what if Mario was a first person shooter? That is literally what they're doing. They're mashing two ideas together like Barbie and Ken dolls, and hoping for a plastic baby to pop out 9 months later.
But here's the thing. I'm really fascinated by what makes something fail. And when we talk about video games, the act of making a video game is like, you spend like a month trying to get like the guy to shoot, and it goes straight, and the bullets to leave the gun. And then you're like, okay, now we want the bullets to light up the environment. And when you do that, it like screws up the anti-aliasing or something. So now everything looks hideous. So you have to fix that problem. And it's like a whack-a-mole job of building a game whilst also trying to incorporate features you want into it, which might not work in the end. And then they're like, oh, what are you going to sell your game on? You're like, we have this feature which is really cool. And then you like can't get the fucking thing to work. It's like, people who make games generally aren't bad at making games, but bad games get made.
Yes.
Right? And that's because there's a huge like influx of factors that go into making it. And the reason things fail is really fascinating. Like for example, I'm convinced the Callisto Protocol is terrible because they rushed it out so Dead Space, the remake, wouldn't piss on their cornflakes. They wanted to get out before the Dead Space remake came out, and somebody at the publisher was probably like, "You need to get it out before that," so they rushed the thing. And because like Glenn Schofield can make good games, he made the original Dead Space.
Yeah.
So he can make good games. He made it from scratch. But the sequence of events that went into it failing are fascinating. The Callisto Protocol's a really bad game. It has a lot of amazing work into the graphics, but it's a boring game to play. So how does that happen?
By the way, Butlerian Jihad now said, what if we take Silent Hill but add gay sex? They did it. It's called Resident Evil.
Read 12, Fred.
I have also designed 3 video games to extend the final episode of any TV content. These are all sport-themed and use the sport music as soundtrack.
So, first point. So, I'm going to stop you again. How do you get people watching the TV show to pick up the game? Do they play it on their TV, Bolton? How do they? How you're trying to connect 2 disparate medias together, and like, do they play it on PC? They own different consoles. Is it going to be compatible with all the consoles? How are they going to get it? Is it going to be a free download? How are they going to get it from the TV show? This doesn't make any sense. It's a non-starter.
This is yes, correct.
Conceptually flawed. It's conceptually flawed, which means it's fucked.
These games would all but Ryan, these games would all be playable on multiple platforms and produced by any of the major game labels such as EA, Activision Blizzard, or Sega, and it is worth noting that titles produced by these companies frequently sell in the tens of millions.
Like Call of Duty sold like tens of millions.
I'm going to scream. Oh God.
Where is he on the Dunning-Kruger graph? He's like at the start.
He's at the very He's at the most extreme end. The less he knows, the more he thinks he knows, and it's really incredible. This would be a world coup for London 2012 and take the lasting legacy onto billions of handheld mobile devices. It will also promote the cause for worldwide peace, and if London 2012 can say, we did that, we used our 2 boosters of sport and music to deliver the payload for international peace, and by so doing connected all of our legacy partners together in one constellation of hope, health, and good listening, then we will have given this next generation a bright star by which to navigate, something that bursts onto the scene, shines brightly, and ushers in a new era where men walk tall, pulled ever upward by the magnetic force of illumination, creativity, and relationship. This motherfucker really, 2 sentences after saying that he's gonna make video games of his concert, that he is literally going to usher in single-handedly a new era of world peace.
Fred, I have something important to say.
What?
That last sentence could have been out of the Futurist Manifesto.
You are fucking correct. Oh my God. Oh my Christ. I wonder if he looked at the Futurists and was like, yeah, I like those guys.
No, he wouldn't have looked at anybody else's work.
That's true. Oh, you're right. He would have been inspired by them. He's inspired by other composers in the same way that someone smelling the steam from a Burger King down the road is inspired to make a burger.
Yeah, but he doesn't. I mean, the Futurists wrote quite radically unusual music. That's not something he does.
No, he's not. I thought that by definition.
No matter what you say about the Futurists, their work was original.
Yeah, and his is just so incredibly not. Fun.
Buff Riker agrees. he
This stream is a
appreciates
mess.
It's great, bro.
The distribution rights for this TV documentary will be tremendous. The British Council and the Prince's Trust would like this documentary to be played on every incoming flight to the UK. Each city argue. The British Council and the Prince's Trust. Like, so he's not saying that he has already gotten them saying that they want it on every plane coming in. This is just him saying it's going to be so good that they're going to want it. Right? This is the logic of every dude who sends a dick pic. Like,
Yeah.
he sends a dick,
So-
dudes take pictures, like, they take a picture of their dick and then send it, and their first thought is, this is totally gonna make her want to have sex with me. That's what he's doing with, what is it, the British Council and the Prince's Trust. Once they see these ideas, they're going to want this to be on every flight inbound to the UK.
So, to put it in context, the only place where I've ever seen anything like this was on the way to Qatar, where they had like a film, because Qatar was like being, something was happening with like Bahrain and the other countries around Qatar, and they put this video where they were like, we're being blockaded by the other countries and shunned by them, but we're a great country, you just took our airline. I went to China and there was a video doing like, in-flight Tai Chi before you land, this is what you do. So like, this would be like, I've only seen like a weird nationalist video going into one country.
Right, and it's Qatar. And
yeah,
that's that is telling.
Hey George. I got you, babes. Do you want to see some people? All right, I'll get someone to come. There's some people around, so she wants to go see them. 1 second.
Oh, okay.
I'll get them to go get her. I mean, this is all classic.
Yeah, this is insane. This is so insane. Each city that participates in the global relay will want its own copy of the documentary to showcase their own regional stars, and the 193 member nations in the General Assembly will also want to broadcast their copies back home, so returns on just this one TV documentary alone are exponential, that's not the right word, made possible by the newsworthy value of the accomplishment, the occasion, and the diplomatic conduits that benefit.
Oh my god,
What?
this is like, so when I was in China, I went up the Great
Okay.
Wall of China, and so when you go up the Great Wall of China, the most remarkable thing is how steep and how high it is. It's like on top of a mountain. The steps are like 60 centimeters high. Hi, George. And if you fell down off the edge of the wall, for example, you fell off the edge of the ramparts, you would fall maybe like 500 meters or something. It's so steep.
Right.
And in the hillside, in Chinese was carved like, "We will respect Chairman Mao" or something. And like I saw with a guy, and he was like, "People died carving that in there." Like this act of vanity.
Right.
George knows you love her. George knows she's loved.
Yeah, everyone, can we do pets for George?
But it's like, okay, if you want to like spend £1 billion in this act of vanity for Bolton, maybe it's noteworthy. Maybe people will look at that and go, wow, what a waste of money. Do you know what I mean? But it will make it remarkable because it's such a folly, not the work
Right.
itself.
Right.
That's it. In the same way I stopped to look at this, scrawly writing in the mountain sign saying "We will respect Chairman Mao," it didn't have the desired effect, but I remarked upon it.
Kodiak bricks, I'm going to say this is not almost Empress Teresa levels of delusion. This is beyond, well beyond Empress Teresa levels of delusion. This is so far beyond. This makes me want to do it down the rabbit hole on Bolton Brown.
No, Fred. We have to
but I
do
wanna-
the other one first.
No, I know we have to do that one first, but like, I want to do Bolton Brown. I want to.
It gets more mad. Well, we did the stream. It's all good. So I think there's like just general other stuff like this thing about how he can just turn up with the baton and conduct the pieces, and it's like, you know, all that kind of stuff.
Wait, what the fuck? Following the spectacular... Sorry, I started reading 13. Like, Riker's kind of in the way.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I'll take care of it.
George, sorry. Sorry, George. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Riker's muscles are full of Dachshunds.
I think it was the sound you were making, the hoo. Baby. Yeah, no, confused gaze. I agree. I want to hear Mike's reaction to this. Mike would bust a vessel. We need to show him the futurist cookbook as well.
We have so much to show him, but he needs to reply to any of my messages, please, Mike. Mike, please reply to me. I'm too embarrassed to message you. I have such sites to show you. Just please answer my message. He's really bad at answering messages.
The box. You opened it. I came. Okay. Following the spectacular launch, the music goes out on world tour in the usual way, with this one lucrative difference. I do not travel with an orchestra, which is a considerable savings. Instead, if a city or civic organization orders up an evening of sporting classics, I can fly in and bring just my baton, having sent the scores on ahead via PDF, plus any event branded materials. And for that, I would use someone like Icon, so that we use a professional city orchestra while I provide the new composer, the new conductor, the new music, and all related materials. Almost a franchise arrangement, so that each venue receives the same treatment, the same packaged merchandise, a book, a DVD of the doc. What the fuck? I don't even understand what he's trying to pitch now.
So this is not a new idea. This is an old idea, where you source an orchestra from local. George, calm down. You search an orchestra from local players that are available.
Right.
But he's suggesting he just turns up at each concert with his like score, and then just conducts the orchestra. But that's not uncommon. That's not unheard of. That's a very common idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's just. Yeah, I didn't think so. Like, I was like, wait, is this supposed to be revolutionary? I was confused. There's the publication of the music itself. Work with Oxford University Press. This dude is like planning his success.
So OUP published a lot of new music. You'll not get paid by them for that. They don't make any money from publishing music. They are like a charitable organization, effectively. I don't think they're actually a charity, but people who I know people. Howard gets published by them, and he makes no money from them, I think.
Okay. It provides our nation with a spectacular boost. I feel like if this dude is talking about making world peace, then like, he's beyond trying to like increase the UK's standing. Like, he's trying to end war.
This is Superman 4, The Quest for Peace, but with Bolton Brown. He's gonna take the nukes and throw them into the sun.
Right.
And then Andy Ingemouse is gonna come out as Nuclear Man and make Fluxus music to embarrass him.
To such a degree, we can join up legacy nations one to another. What? Join up legacy nation? What are legacy nations?
I think they're nations that have signed up to be part of the legacy of this peace.
Okay, I was gonna say legacy nation. You mean like Persia? Like it's a
Mesopotamia and Thrace. The Holy Roman Empire wants in on this. George, stop it. You're okay. You're okay.
Demonstrate what peace sounds like. Redefine classical music. Support diplomats in conflict resolution. Create jobs and foreign investment. And even position ourselves for nomination to the Nobel Peace Prize. I like the
Can you
idea.
imagine turning up at like a hostage situation with Bolton Brown? It's all right, guys. Bolton Brown's here.
I'm inspired by great people. Oh my god. And this all comes from him being like, I like yachting and horses as an animal. Oh
Right,
my
George.
god. Okay, so he claims who does he have as endorsements? Lord Bates. Master Bates, if you will.
Yeah, I was formulating a joke there.
Henry Bellingham, Undersecretary of State, Foreign Office. I like the idea that he just wandered into a government office and said, hey, let me tell you about my idea. And they just replied in order to get him out. Oh, that's pretty cool. Great. What's your name? He like writes them down. Dame Ellen MacArthur, Circumnavigator. Sir Ben ain't.
Why do I hear boss music?
So Sebastian Coe was like in charge of the Olympics.
Meow, 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 meow. Oh yeah, return less than one. Yeah, I saw that the project lead. And thanks for the bits, Blind Archer. And thank you everyone who's been giving bits and subbing and gifting subs.
Who's
Thank
still
you,
alive
everyone.
out there?
Yeah.
Everyone who's made it.
Yeah, because this is infuriating. This isn't even the last page.
So Peter Maxwell Davis is dead
Wait,
now. That's how old
HRH,
this is.
the Duchess of Gloucester? Patron
Yeah, she's-
Royal Academy of Music.
This is the problem, right? If you said to me, like, oh, I got this kid, he's really talented, he's trying to get this big orchestral piece together, he's worked on it for years, and will you endorse him? And I was like, yes. Right?
Sure. Oh my god, you're right, Scottish She. It sounds like the opening of the Inspector Gadget cartoon. The doo-loo-loo-doo-doo-doo. It's doo-loo-loo Inspector Gadget. It is. It's just the Inspector Gadget theme. Oh fuck.
And that's the touch of death for any piece of music, is when it sounds a bit like something else.
Doo-loo-loo Inspector Gadget. Doo-loo-loo-doo yachting.
Now, Fred, there is one last very grubby nail in this coffin. Oh god, he's already dead.
I love making brown notes in music crap. Go on, Ryan.
I feel brown note. I feel like King Asrapper would be better at solving world peace. Like if you played like King Asrapper over a big speaker, people would just drop their weapons and burst out laughing. That's as universal as music. Everyone's been flatulent at some point. Particularly me after the gym and my protein.
It's the protein shakes.
It's the protein. Too much protein shakes. So the last thing I found was, out of everything, was about homeschooling in Australia. And I don't know if I put the whole document here. I feel like I should have broken it down into one specific damning paragraph. So I don't know if that's next on the thing.
Yeah. I am writing to you.
Oh, this is probably just bananas in how he's the most excellent kid who's ever been, right?
The opening. Are you kidding me? Okay. Ryan.
Yes.
This is a document writing to explain how good homeschooling is in England, and the first sentence has a typo.
Yeah.
I am writing to you share with you our wonderful experience of home education in England.
Yep.
Are you kidding me? The opening sentence bragging about homeschooling has a typo.
Yep.
Oh my, like the grammar's fucked. What?
Yep.
I feel like that alone, right? Like, I'm done. I don't need to read any more of this. I get it. Like, the point's been made.
So you can see there's a lot of Bolton's great and everything. The most damning thing, and it's just sad when you read this. You can see like he's verbal or non-verbal, education off the charts, etc. Give me the next page, Red.
Okay,
And
okay.
I will. We got the wheel to go back to.
The last
Private
sentence
schools.
is vile. Hold on. Wait. As a result of living in Australia, which was part of my having lived and worked my way around the world for 10 years after graduating from university in Vienna and Berlin, I published poetry, married a professor of history, and settled down to raise our first child. Yeah, that's an atrocious... what an awful parenthetical. Eek. Parentheticals should not lose you that hard.
Okay, here you go. So they have all these problems, like he was being bullied because, he was so young in all these schools and etc.
The
Bible is clear.
on this point that educating children is the responsibility of the family, not the state. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's the good stuff.
Yeah. That's the good stuff. It gets worse. So, you get the point here. It's like, blah, blah, blah. We paid loads of private schools and stuff like this. It didn't work. Fortunately, the Holy Spirit interceded for us.
Let's see, where is this?
The very last sort of couple of lines.
Oh yeah, fortunately the Holy Spirit interceded for us. When we took him up for his interview and entrance exam, he scored so high and also finished the exam a half hour early that he was immediately offered... Again, the grammar's fucked here. Immediately offered a full scholarship, academic and music both, but by that time, we knew in our hearts it would be wrong. Even our son commented on how silly some of the men seemed to behave. We turned them down because by that time, thank God, we had come to see what poverty really looked like. Emotional poverty. What young men huddled together to keep warm in the cold, cruel world of academia looked like, and we were overwhelmed with a great sense of sadness for these chaps, who go on to huddle for a lifetime still hoping to win prizes. A far cry from a young man growing up confident and independent, a young man ready to give something back that is original, authentic, and his very own. This is so infuriating.
So here's the thing, I don't want to say there's anything wrong with being homeschooled. People are homeschooled for lots of different reasons, and lots of people have a great time doing it.
American homeschooling has some issues.
But it obviously has issues, and we're seeing the issues right here, Fred. Right? I'm not going to say that it doesn't have its issues. We're seeing them right here. But the saddest part of this is the discussion about how academia is somehow depressing. Because it's not. I was watching, there's a documentary recently about the TV show Bottom, which is a comedy show in the UK, and had Rick Mayall in it and Aid Edmondson. And Aid Edmondson was talking about how important it was to him, how he had never laughed so much as when he worked with Rick Mayall on the show, and how special those moments were, and how he'll never have moments in his life like that.
Mm-hmm.
When I was at university working with people like Luke, and I sent it to Luke, and I was like, this is what it was like when we worked together at university. I've never laughed so much. I've never been so engaged in making music than when I worked with you on projects. And those moments were so special. And this idea that it's a cruel, cold world is so alien to me. It's so bizarre to me. It's so unfathomable. Unfathomable. That word is not coming out. But it's so strange to me, and this is the most depressing thing I've ever read. But the next paragraph gets even worse.
Oh no. Many people tried to tell us because our son seemed so musical that we should move to London and put him in a music conservatory, or even worse, go for the music scholarships at the choir schools. They were all clamoring for him, but again, we said no because of the boarding issue and also because of the regimented and stunted way they treated the boys. I even took him up to the Royal College of Music in London to have his compositions evaluated, and they said he was already writing music at a postgraduate level, and this was when he was 8. His first orchestral school.
As somebody who has a postgraduate degree in composition, that is bollocks. Right?
Yeah, no.
This emphatically.
He's lying.
I mean, maybe they were like, maybe he was reading a book, right? He was reading a book by like Walter Piston or something, and somebody was like, "Oh, that's a book I would suggest to my postgraduates or something." Even though I think undergraduates would read Walter Piston's but Guide to Orchestration, but something like that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And it's such this is like somebody's like, I declare that it is PhD level, but like writing a PhD is tough. Like I'm thinking about doing a PhD this year, and I'm just like, oh god, this is gonna be hell. Could be hell, and this like writing is not there, but like it's that's just wrong, you know. And it's also a really weird measure. You don't measure it by like, this is a composition good enough to be a master's composition.
Right.
Maybe it's because he was writing like orchestral pieces. They're like, we don't really like get a lot of orchestral pieces written except by master student. I wrote my first orchestral piece when I was a master's student, and it was a really good orchestral piece, you know, because I'd waited so long to do it. But it was I wrote orchestral pieces before that, but not for a massive orchestra. Like the piece I wrote when I was a master student was for a really big orchestra. You know, it was like a organ and extra brass and stuff. But this is not the kind of terms people talk in about composition. We don't say, oh, this is a level of postgraduate. You know. When Howard studied composition, he did like 1 year of a degree, and then he just quit because he was having his pieces played on the radio. But what was interesting was his pieces back then were very, very simple. They were just remarkable in their simplicity. You know, they stood out because they were simple. And, you know, for him, I feel like he developed such an individual style that university was kind of lost on him, you know? You know, he was ready to go, essentially.
Right.
But you wouldn't. This is not something that Bolton
Why
Brain
couldn't
does.
this guy have
This is not
just
something that
been a
Bolton Brain
Lib
has
Dem MP
demonstrated
like
in
he
his
clearly
work.
wants to?
This is a radical act of sabotaging your child. It's
right. There's a line a little bit farther in that I wanted to highlight in a second.
Yeah.
But Pop Rocks, thanks for the 4 months. His first orchestral scores had already been performed by regional orchestras, and his first DVDs were already selling in the gift shops at the cathedral and music conservatoires. The royal family had already presented him with the nation's top achievement award for the under-25s. What to do? You see, my husband and I are not musical. My husband, although a professor of history, is musically illiterate, whereas I can sing a hymn, but that is all. What we were to learn is that this was the best gift we could give our son. Total ignorance on our part.
Did it work? Guys, did it work?
The best thing that we ever did for our son was just to get out of his way and not impose any of our own ideas onto him, which meant that all of his drive to learn, explore, and discover could be given full vent. His music was entirely his own. Imagine if I had been a composer myself, how awful that would have been for him. This is written like Empress Teresa.
Yeah. It's that level of and you know, there is a complexity to you. If I was a composer and I had a child who would be a composer, there is a complexity in how that influenced our relationship. Does that make sense? Because
Mhm.
it's very, very it's difficult to give a child. It's very difficult, I think. The kind of relationship you're normally used to when discussing composition is one of colleagues, one of a teacher-student relationship, one of a student-teacher relationship.
Mhm.
But like that dynamic between a father and son, father and daughter, father, and their child is very, very complicated.
Right.
That's not something I would want to undertake. This is not it though. I wouldn't
Yeah.
describe it as a disadvantage having a parent who knew about composition if you wanted to be a composer.
Right.
This is bananas. This is complete bananas.
Were I Bolton Brown,
Yeah.
none of the things that are here, none of these accolades are reliable. Right? Like,
No,
as we have seen.
they're so transparent.
Yeah. His DVDs were selling in the gift shops at the cathedral. What, you mean your church? Like,
Yeah, exactly.
like,
And what conservatoires don't have gift shops? They're schools.
yeah. Yeah.
What the hell are you talking about?
Oh no, so I think that the sentence structure is a little confusing. They're saying the gift shops at the cathedral and music conservatoires. But like again,
where are they
but
selling them
the
at the conservatoire? That
the
doesn't
problem
make any
is still
sense. They
there. Yeah, the
don't sell
problem is
DVDs, Fred.
yeah, music conservatoires don't sell. Yeah, you don't go, "Oh man, I can't wait to go down to my local music conservatoire and nab some new DVDs." What? Like, this is confusing. He won some award for under 25s, the nation's top achievement. I think what's really telling is that they do not name the specific award.
Yeah, I think it's. I think they mention it. It's like the something for gifted children or something like that. But it's.
Yeah. This is, but this is, as a parent, right? This is such a backwards way of thinking. Because if you have...
Sorry, Fred, you said that like as a parent. From my personal experience as a parent. Sorry. Yeah, as a parent, as them as a parent.
Yes. This is backwards, right? Like, you have a gifted child, and then your child is given a full ride scholarship to a music conservatoire, right?
Yeah.
And you truly want to see him flourish.
Yeah.
You send him there, right? Like, they are afraid that this kid's creativity is going to be quashed in...
If any of this is true.
This environment. If any of this is true, right? Hypothetically. We're going to give them the benefit of the doubt for a minute. As a parent, why would, like, are they really this anti-establishment that they see no value in
They're clearly not, because they talk about like the royal family and stuff all the time. That's as establishment as you could get.
Right.
I don't. This is why I think it's just nonsense. No conservatoire. I mean, you have young conservatories, but like, I don't know if you get scholarships to those. I know the one in Wales, the Welsh Conservatory one, is apparently thinking about closing because they don't make any money there.
Right.
But this is very suspect, and it's an enormous act of self-sabotage. If you look historically, like Beethoven left his hometown to try and study with Mozart when he was like a teenager. He went to study with Haydn in the end. He studied with Salieri. There's a crossover. Beethoven studied vocals with Salieri, who was obviously an accomplished composer, despite what the film suggests. I mean, the film presents him as an accomplished composer, but he was a very respected composer as well. composers went to great lengths to study composition because it is such a difficult subject.
Right.
And you can point to people who have not studied composition who have come out as a very original composer, but they are unique events, remarkably unique events. It's like you don't try and win the lottery. That's stupid. You try and like get a good career. So like betting your son is going to be some kind of like savant composition, like someone. This is this thing. It's like you do your best to make him succeed. You don't sabotage them in the expectation they're going to emerge as someone who's specifically special and unique, who's somehow come through it all despite not having any support. This is it's really, really incredible. And it's like Mozart. He's like, I think they try and build him like this Mozart character, but Mozart's father was a composer,
right?
Which throws a lot of like doubt on like the how. Hi Rev Scarecrow, thanks for the raid.
Hey Rev, thanks for the raid. We are
Riker's having a tough evening.
Daddy needs some love. Oh no, you're good, Rev. You're good, Rev. It goes. We are learning right now about a fascinating man named Bolton Brown, and we are learning the ways in which his parents sabotaged his blossoming music career. Because apparently, that's a really, huge air quotes. Blossoming. The parents were very clearly some sort of fundamentalist conservative Christians. And they're talking about how great homeschooling their kid was, and now they're saying they're allegedly, according to them, their kid got offered a full ride scholarship to a college, and they turned it down because they wanted to preserve his creativity and didn't want to let the education system crush him. And it's depressing. It is really depressing. What is this man known for? Bolton Brown is, that's the thing. Bolton Brown is known for the most he thought that by doing an interesting musical project, which was still very much in the concepting phase, he could attain world peace. That was literally his goal. Yeah. That was not just his goal, that was his pitch. He was going to attain world peace.
This is like Tommy Tallarico if he actually did nothing. But he also made fake documentaries where he claimed to be the big up-and-coming thing.
As far as I'm aware, we are the only people who have ever publicly talked about Bolton Brown in any way that wasn't like set up by his parents.
And Andy, maybe. Andy with his piece about them. But yeah, this is... I think this is where Bolton's story really ends. Nothing happens after this document. He doesn't make any more music. He disappears off the face of the earth. And that's really sad. Yeah, and I was saying, actually, I think a lot of people have very good experience. People obviously have a very... some people have very good experiences of homeschooling. But what I think... I don't know if you did, Bo, I should say. But
no idea.
What you don't want to do is you don't want to sabotage. Like the conservatoires have, and conservatoire composition teachers are most interested in your originality. That was primarily what I was marked on as a student, was making original work. And if they were like, this is too derivative, I got the marks on the pieces were desperately low.
Wait, didn't think pork was meat. What? Okay, I want to hear the reasoning behind that. That is a fascinating stance to take. What? There is literally a joke in Scott Pilgrim versus the World where there's a vegan and like the Council of Vegans says like your second strike is eating
said it was an
chicken.
opinion.
And chicken. And the dude's like, chicken's not vegan?
It's like the meatiest meat pork. Like you can eat beef practically raw.
He said it was
know?
okay, so wait, how is it an opinion? I'm so fascinated. How I feel like that's what that is this dude, everything that you are saying is jokes from movies. The first one is chicken's not vegan, and the second one is yeah, well that's just like your opinion, man. Pork's meat, that's just your opinion, man.
That's straight out of Anchorman. I love it. Next one, I don't know if I want to. I don't know how I feel about doing a down rabbit hole on like one guy who's like suffered at the hands of ignorant people. I will say that I think out of everybody in the world who's able to help this person, I am the most qualified. I am I'm a composition tutor. I'm a qualified composition tutor. I'm, and I am invested, and I probably feel the most sympathy towards this person in the universe right now.
You're the only person who knows about him in the universe right now, except for his parents, who are very proud of him. Oh,
Fred, spin the wheel. Spin the wheel.
All right. We're gonna spin the wheel. We can do one more.
We
have time for one more.
Yeah, I have to go to London tomorrow.
Okay. Jacking off. Yeah.
There's a text.
Are you kidding me? That's the sound effect that we got.
That's the sound effect. I set that.
Okay. See,
That's
actually,
a
for
jaw
jacking off,
harp. Yes.
May
Go ahead.
I please play the sound?
I don't know what sound you're going to play, but go for it.
It's wait. This.
An equestrian concerto for cello and a Yachtmaster symphony.
Okay, yeah, got you.
Ever since
that little ditty that he wrote, which is literally just the Inspector Gadget theme, except in the major key.
I think it's good to point out that somebody did post in the bonus bean room, Fred. Somebody posted they had written it down themselves and made a MIDI version of that.
Yeah,
you could use as sound effect.
I know. I think I am going to use it.
It's
I am
good,
going
right?
to. I am going
It's
to.
good.
I need it. It was a while ago, but yes, I need it.
So
I'm
Fred,
gonna do
in the Google Drive, there's a text document you can open, and this is an interesting one. If you take this off the spinning wheel, maybe we can do this another time.
What,
'cause the other
jacking
three-
off?
It's not specifically. Its title is
Steeplejacking. I
Because I've
assume
talked
that
about this
was
a few
what it
times.
was.
Yeah, so there's a few
An
YouTube
RTF.
videos here. Can you open that?
Let me see if I can open it in Firefox.
If you can't, I can send you the links instead.
Wait, what the? Oh, it like broke things. Hold on. Wait, JPEG? What? Oh no, that's Riker. Oh, here we go. Hold on. What can I open it with? Caliber ebook viewer?
I'll send you the links, Fred. On
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I have them. Okay, I have them. We're good. All right,
good.
copy paste.
So we talked about this a few times, and I just think this is the most fascinating thing because this video is just bananas, and it's such a fascinating bit of history.
Yeah.
British celebrity here.
It's not so pleasant on a Monday morning, and it's cold and wind's blowing, and you look up, like, you know, and you think, oh, good God, you know, sort of. This year it's been windy nearly every day. I don't think we've had above a month when the weather's been really decent. It's either been blowing a force 9 or raining or, you know, snowing or freezing cold. So you suffer.
Britain during the 1970s.
This dude's going up.
Some days.
Bare hands. Oh my God, his fingers must be freezing.
You know, it gets worse. You set off up the ladder and go through the fog, and it's like being in an aeroplane. You can see all the chimney stacks and towers and church steeples and hills outside of town sticking up through all this cloud and sun
no
shining
harness.
up above. Beautiful. Sort of. My
It gets
camera's
worse.
never worked right though when that's been about, you know. And you can see when the rain's coming, you know, half an hour before it comes, it's on its way. You can see, you know, miles and miles.
I have a fear of heights and
Summer's best.
claustrophobia.
When sun's shining, you know, and everybody down below's all sweating away inside, and you were up there and a nice cool breeze blowing, you know, beautiful. It's something strange. Once you've started, you get like addicted to it. You just live it, you know, like day and night. Think about it, talk about it. Some days you don't want to go. Oh, you know, how the hell did I start this job, you know? But once you've got cracking like it,
It does
I
get
always
worse,
feel
actually.
that,
People are like,
you
at
know,
least
when
they put it like,
I'm
yeah, it gets
really
worse.
putting big pile of stagings up round top of a chimney, you know, like when I've got it all up, you know, it's a work of art, you know, a masterpiece.
He does mention he did fall off a chimney at one point, but it was a relatively short fall.
Oh God.
Well, this particular job, I've got the contract for £7,000 to knock it down a brick at once, right down to the bottom. When I first came to look, bitter cold morning, the wind howling down off the mountains, you know, and I thought, ugh, you know, how come they always send for me in the middle of winter? Anyway, I'd have told the powers that be, like, you know, that I want £7,000, you see. And I didn't think I'd get the job, you know. Anyway, it turned out that they honoured me with giving it me. Which means that the other fellas wanted a hell of a lot more, you know.
No. Like we've seen some of this before. No, it's moving. No.
The reason for the price were I didn't really want the job. Like if it had have been a repair job, which, you know, on average takes what, a month, 5 weeks, it's not so bad. But when it comes into months and months, you see, it's a bit different. Furthermore, when there's only like one of you and such a gigantic pile of bricks, you know, you've got to have a stout heart to take it on your own.
Hey, Fred. Pause.
The bright
Oh,
area.
wait, don't pause the line. Keep going.
Yeah.
No, keep going a bit.
Too many buildings, you know, to drop the thing, like, or blow it up, as some people do. The chairman of Court Halls won't let it be blown up, so I've got to knock it down a brick at once.
The cameraman went
to
up
think
there.
about how long it's going to take you, you know, you just got to keep bashing someone.
Delfino. Oh, Delfino Durians, right.
Oh, I've been here too long already, you know, about 3 months and done now, which in my eyes I'm quite disgusted, but the weather's been outrageous, you know, and now we're in with a chance to get something done. Like, we've got everything working according to how it should do, like the chute at the bottom is working well, which you can have a lot of trouble with them if you don't get the plates quite right. They keep getting bunged up and you're forevermore waiting for the bloke at the bottom to clear out the bricks, and you've got to make sure he's out the way, because if you drop one down...
Good seeing all of you new viewers. Hi.
...and it comes shooting out and hits him up back at neck, he's dead. On the top, like on your own, you get a bit lonely, like, you know, nobody, only the birds about, and occasionally I have a friend who comes round to see
I'm
me,
not
like,
okay.
you know,
Pause
and
it here, Fred, because it's interesting. So he's knocking the chimney down, and I'm not exactly sure how this works because it's like resting on the bricks of the chimney.
Right.
So I wonder if part of it is like he progressively like knocks down each bit underneath where it's supported, so it slowly goes down with him. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I don't.
It's a bit mad because you don't want it to suddenly drop, right? You want it to like slowly go down.
Right.
But I don't know how else you'd get it to drop down because it seems it's like a pretty slow progress anyway. But if you had to re-rig the top every time, that would be dead slow.
Right.
Right. I was going to say in one of these shots is what actually killed him. He died of cancer in the end. He didn't fall off a chimney ever, obviously.
God.
But he did smoke his whole life, which I think definitely affected his health.
he
You
snaps
know, he
it
was
up and we have a bit of
born
a
in the,
chat, like.
20 or 30s, whatever.
Right.
Yeah, it must do something, you know. Well, I feel better when I'm doing it, you know. I can come home at tea time and demolish a great lump of steak and a big plate of chips, and sort of if you're mucking about pointing round somebody's window frames, things like that, bloody fed up, you know. I'm like, no exciting going on, you know. Nothing to battle with.
God, I hate this.
Really, you're dicing with death with a rotten old top on the chimney, you know. There's been a lot of men died fiddling with them things. I've never fell off a big chimney, you know. You only fall off one of them once, like. One day, I fell off a pair of steps in a little girl's bedroom and landed on a drilling machine and knocked myself unconscious. And I don't remember much about it, but morning after, I couldn't get out of bed and I had to stay there for 3 weeks, all through falling off a pair of steps. And, you know, that's about the only injury I've ever done myself.
Only fall off them
Donald,
once.
my labourer down there, he's like a very important man, you see. You've got to have a man who has got a reasonable amount in grey matter. Like here, this noise of these fans going, it's impossible to...
A reasonable amount in gray matter. I like that. So for this job, that's £7,000. But that's £7,000 in 1979 money.
Yeah, do you want me to look on the... I think it's still not a lot, but people didn't get as, like, big money back then, do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Let me see. Pounds sterling to dollars. Okay, enter source year. 1979. Enter old value in pounds, 7,000. Convert. Wait, value beginning of target year in dollars. What?
£33,000 this year. So what's 33,000 in dollars right now?
Didn't go through.
I'm on it, Fred, don't worry. So yeah, 33,000. That's about what like people get paid a year. This kind of thing. He said it was taking him like 3 months and he hadn't done anything. So it's obviously a big chunk. So it's like $42,000 now. And I think also it's fair to say people didn't get paid a lot. This was like a labourer's job back then. And the next video, actually, you can probably skip to that, Fred, is where they talk about people, I think, 10 years before this. And like it was a much more common job 10 years before this. He was one of the last steeplejacks, but it wasn't like a skilled job. It was considered a basic job.
That's weird, but okay.
1965, 15 years.
These are men who've got to the top, men who have to get to the top to be able to do their jobs. They're steeplejacks, of course, the clear-headed, sure-footed workmen you sometimes see shinning up snaking ladders which they've pinned to chimneys 300 and 400 feet high. Their job is one of the most dangerous in the world. You fall off a stack like this only once. So
I'm sure they make that joke a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, so Scottish Chi is saying 7,000 pounds in 1978 is now 40,000, almost 41,000 in 2024.
I used the British Bank of England one, so
Oh,
it gave me
okay.
33. But I mean,
Oh,
it's
okay,
hard to
gotcha.
calculate in some ways. You know, they probably had less
Well, if you're a
accurate measures for
steeplejack,
inflation back then.
That was 19, yeah.
then you're a careful man. It's not just a dangerous job, it's a lonely one too. 200 or 300 feet up, you've only the birds for company. Birds
Oh,
and the
Lumi!
wind.
Subathon
Wind
break,
will
right.
always
Right, yeah, because you're having internet issues, right? Welcome in, everyone. We are hanging out with Buff Riker and learning about British steeplejacks, people who climb up to the top of gigantic chimneys to demolish them.
They demolished them and they used to maintain steeples. They got the name from steeple because they used to fix steeples as well.
Okay.
So they did lots of different things. Just anything at height they used to take care of.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Lumi.
But yeah, good to see you. How are you doing, Lumi? I know that your subathon is still going. How you feeling?
Rules around your ears. Steeplejacks
So yeah,
like
some maintenance
lamplighters
work.
seem to be a dying race.
That's good, Lumi.
A 5-year
40
apprentice.
Oh my god, you're up to 40 hours now. My god. Yeah, I couldn't hop in the other day, but I absolutely want to pop in and hang out for a little while. Actually, I actually have time now to do things, which is remarkable because I'm caught up on most of like the really important things I needed to get done. Yeah, let's hang out next week. I agree.
Ship to learn how to keep factory chimneys cheerfully smoking for less money and more risk than a boilermaker or a plater, for instance, doesn't appeal to many young men these days. 7 and 9 pence an hour for a top jack, for a man who's risking his neck every moment he's working, isn't what you might call a great incentive.
God, this
It
is
takes
a lot.
more than a head for heights to be a steeplejack. You need good sea legs, too, and a strong stomach, because the big chimneys can sway like a ship on a bad channel crossing.
Oh god.
It's transatlantic accent, yeah.
But chimneys are getting higher and higher. 1,000-foot monsters are already on the drawing boards. Power stations in Britain will soon have 650-foot stacks, and the scarcity of trained steeplejacks to build and to maintain them is worrying British industry. Some firms have a backlog of 6 or 9 months' work, and not enough men to do it. But one British firm, the biggest firm of steeplejacks in the world, thinks that it's found the answer to the problem. They've started a school for steeplejacks. The students are...
I was gonna say, pay them less. That's the solution.
Taught the theory and the practice of their trade.
Now, the idea of this exercise is to get into the chair, pull yourself up, tie yourself off.
I don't think that they were tearing that one down. I think that they were performing maintenance.
They did a bit of maintenance. They did some knocking down. They generally would only have to knock them down if there was a reason why they couldn't blow them up.
Right.
Right. Because he was saying he couldn't. That the reason they were Fred Dibner was knocking that chimney down was because the company next door wasn't happy to use explosives.
Right.
So he had to knock it down brick by brick from the top.
Right.
And transfer from this chair into that chair without holding on to any of the scaffolding. Now, it's very important that you tie this knot properly because your life depends on it. Right, now I'll have a go and then you can all have a go after me. I'll show you what I want done. Pull yourself up.
But it's sheer practical demonstration that really counts when it comes to showing you how to live in the air hundreds of feet off the ground.
Transfer over to this one. Pull yourself down.
The basic element in the
Oh,
whole job.
did you see the way that he stuck his dumpy out? Do you see that? Like, look at that. Like, look at the way he sits up.
The basic element in the
Oh yeah,
Stop
he's
getting
working
hungry
it.
for the steeplejacker. Fred,
He's
no.
working it. Ready?
The
Mm.
basic element in the
He's
whole
dead
job
now.
is the ladder.
Yeah, I don't care if he's 65.
No, this is 1965.
I know,
this
I'm
was
being a cock.
60... Okay, you're being a cock. Go.
The 60.
God.
The basic element in
Okay,
the
I'm done.
whole
That's the
job
last
is
time.
the ladder, the 16-foot aluminium ladder which each man needs to get him to work up top. The security of the ladder depends on the dog, which is a slender steel hook. A hole is nicked out into the chimney brickwork, a mere 1 inch deep. Into it goes a wooden plug,
1 inch?
and then the dog is hammered home. If it's not properly done, then the ladder isn't secure, and each man does his own laddering. This is his lifeline, and he wants his lifeline to be in his own hands.
God. God, this is...
Mr. Beaumont, how dangerous is this job?
To a trained man, steeplejack work is quite safe.
Horse shit. Horse shit. Absolute dog shit. No.
He's got a hat. He's got a hat made of steeplejacks.
Made from the hides of fallen steeplejacks. No, this is bullshit. No.
To an untrained man or poorly trained man, it's lethal.
What particular dangers do they meet on a big stack 200 or 300 feet high?
Mainly due to the deterioration of the structure. The brickwork often becomes loose and bricks can literally be pulled out by hand from the face of the chimney.
So they do take their lives in their hands every day?
Oh, they most certainly do.
What sort of accident rate is there in this job?
Well, the steeplejack trade is alleged to be more dangerous than mining, but I would say on an average about 4 to 6 men, steeplejacks, are killed a year in this country. But as there are so few steeplejacks, it's a very high percentage.
Have you lost any men yourself at any time?
We have in the past, yes.
This dude is talking out of both sides of his mouth. I'm going to scream.
What sort of qualities do you look for in a man who comes to you and says, I want to be a steeplejack, I want to join your course?
But most of all,
poverty, yeah.
Dependability, fitness, and general ability, alertness, and keenness. It's no good having a man take the job just for the money. He's completely useless.
What is the money?
Well, that varies tremendously from a semi-skilled man to a fully trained steeplejack, but it would vary on the average between 20 to 30 pounds, but a really skilled man would earn considerably more.
So the semi-skilled men, although they take the risks, they're not really very highly paid, are they?
No, not as such, no.
Have safety methods improved at all over the years?
I would say so, yes, most definitely.
The sheer comedy of him saying, yes, like him being asked, has safety increased over time? And then he says, oh, well, yes, absolutely. As like some dudes are climbing up a ladder that is tied to ropes. Like they're climbing up a ladder that looks like it was made by Grover of the Grover house, right? Like this is pure unintentional comedy.
Have safety methods improved at all over the years?
I would say so, yes, most definitely. Steeplejack work basically at the moment is as it was 100 or even 200 years ago, but far more care is taken of gear. The men are far more intelligent. They take a great care of their equipment because they realize...
People 100 years ago died more because they were stupid. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's amazing. You know, they wouldn't have died if they weren't so stupid.
We lose 4 to 5 steeplejacks every year, but they're only the most stupid steeplejacks.
Yeah. I like to think of it as a kind of Darwinism.
Men are far more intelligent. They take a great care of their equipment because they realize their lives depend upon it.
What was your job before you took up steeplejacking?
Well, I came out of the Navy and then I went baking, you know, confectionery, wedding cakes and
so forth.
And what made you decide that you wanted to be a steeplejack?
Screaming.
Well, the bakery I was in was underground, and I thought to myself, well, I might as well have a nice outside job. Not today, mind you. But in the summer, I wanted a nice outside job, so I decided steeplejacking.
Well, what
Scottish
sort of things do you
summer.
have to watch out for? Do you have to sort of go
All
to any
5 days of
training or
it.
keep yourself physically fit or anything like that to be a steeplejack?
Yes, you've got to keep yourself fit. You mustn't get too fat. You mustn't get overweight.
This is one of the great dangers, drinking, I suppose.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to go up there with very much of a hangover, would you?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind. It wouldn't be blown away.
The men who come here to
Wait,
the school...
what do you
and
say?
You wouldn't want to go up there with a hangover, would you? And he's like, I wouldn't mind. The wind would blow it away.
Oh my god.
But more
Wouldn't mind, it
Scottish.
wouldn't be blown away.
The men who come here to the school, and you're now instructing in the school, the men who come here, do they come from any particular trade? Are they already in the building trade, for instance?
Building trade, and a vast majority is ex-Navy, merchant Navy. And
what attracts them
Yeah,
to it,
that make. I was gonna say that a lot of this does look very Navy. All the knot tying, especially. The
And it's like
knot
probably
tying-
the only job which is comparable in danger.
right.
As we have learned,
danger,
Fred,
the-
the sea will fucking kill you.
Yeah, the sea is entropy made manifest.
It's like
It-
we did a documentary about the sea, and people were hit with boats, they drowned, and they were cut up by propellers.
Yeah,
The sea is dangerous.
yeah, and like
How many people survived the sinking submarine? Was something really crazy, like 4, isn't it? I think it is. It's
well,
4
it
and
depe-
1 died aboard the ship. The
it
last.
depends, like which one. The last one. Yeah, I was gonna say one of them nobody got out. One of them
Yeah.
everyone died.
But
Yeah,
they
there
were.
were
They
only. It
managed
was
to
a
get to the
handful.
deck,
It was.
a lot of
It was
them.
less
A lot of
than
them got to
10.
the deck, yeah. Yeah, a lot of them got on the deck though, and then they got into the water. The majority, but then they were hit with the destroyers.
Yeah, the screening
That's absolutely
destroyers.
terrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah, my grandfather was in the Merchant Navy, actually. I don't know if he was ever torpedoed, but he was in the Merchant Navy.
Yeesh.
And yeah, it was scary shit.
Well, I think it's a job that not very many people can do. I mean, there's a million people in such and such a trade, but there's not a lot in steeplejacking. And you're really on your own once you're up top.
Well, now, somebody like me who's never been up a stack, could I climb up this stack up here?
Well, I reckon you could, but as you've never been up, if you do want to, I'd like you to put on the harness, and that'll be okay.
Well, I might have a try.
He's thinking.
And this is the harness you want me to use?
This is the harness.
Right.
It is very comfortable, although it looks a bit awkward to get into.
I wonder why they don't
What is the
normally use a
parachute
harness.
Yes.
It's probably too restrictive.
Yeah.
Just concentrate and relax. There's your helmet.
Right. Concentrate.
And relax.
You make it sound so easy. Well, this is a 120-foot brick stack, a boiler stack they call them, on a
He's
laundry
going one at a time.
in southeast London. They say that you get a lovely view of Camberwell from the top. I'll soon be able to tell you whether you do or not.
Also, he's using
Isn't
gloves.
there a phrase somewhere? It's as easy as falling off a chimney.
I don't know.
Or is that one I made up myself?
As easy as falling off a chimney.
Is that one I made up myself?
This is a hard way to get to work.
This is awesome. Oh.
It
this
gets
is
very windy,
awful,
but you can feel the heat coming out of this chimney. Or at least I can. Oh, these boys can have this job. I think I'll come down.
I think I'll come down.
Well, it's good to be down. There must be easier ways of getting a
The guy-
pleasant view of Camberwell. And I can tell you that there's plenty of room at the top up there for you, but not for me.
Oh my god. But that makes sense that it's a bunch of Navy men. Like the cold on your hands, right? You need to be able to tie knots even if your hands are freezing. Lots of manual labor high up. Yeah, no, that makes sense. No, I can't. I could not. I could not. I get dizzy.
Yeah.
Ugh.
It's rough, isn't it?
Then there were a couple more links that you had in here.
Yeah, there's one where Fred talks about how he puts up Fredrik Knudsen. He puts up a how he would put up a chimney, and it shows the process of putting up a not chimney, putting up a platform.
Okay.
Scaffold.
It fascinated me for, you know.
You might want to skip ahead a bit. He's just showing him climbing the chimney again.
Okay. Here we go.
Slightly cramp them up round the chimney.
I see.
Then after we've got the two buttons on and bolted together, the next stage of the game is planks, which form like the platform that you walk on, come up one at once, of course, or some of them like 16, 18 feet long. And when it arrives at the top, it's tied on in a special way that when I untie it, I can get like one plank across there, like so, and one across there, like so, and then another one next to it, you see, all the way around the top. And so that when you walk on them, they don't go like up and down like that. You know, two iron plates with a bolt through the middle, which makes them two boards as one. And then there's iron hooks that hook them onto the battens, so the wind can blow at 100 miles an hour and they'll still be there in the morning, you see.
Yeah, he's got a harness here because he has to like swing off of the ladder.
It's like a bosun's chair he's got.
Wind is every steeplejack's enemy, you know, like there's no way that, you know, you get the boards up, and even if you've got to keep it flat all the time, and you've got this feeling that it's floating on the wind, you know, which it really is, and if you turn it sideways on into the wind, it'd have your way.
Oh, this is madness.
In a wind like today,
who's more mad,
sort of
him or
all
Bolton
the chimneys, you know, you get about 2 or 3 inches swaying about, you know. It's actually all the chimney stacks swaying, you know, from side to side.
Bolton Brown.
You know, the most beautiful chimney with no cracks in it and nothing. Sways about.
My reasoning being, there are plenty, I know plenty, not a ton, but there were plenty of steeplejacks. There's only one Bolton Brown.
You know, you have that feeling that there's something not quite right, you know, as though you've had about 5 pints of beer, like, you know, you think, you know, there's something moving somewhere, sort of thing, and, you know, it's all the bloody lot going like this.
Yeah, snaky. At least the steeplejacks succeeded at what they were doing.
Just handling a board like this is bananas.
Oh
he
my
does look
God.
like he might be turning the air blue.
You don't
up there.
feel it because the wind's buffeting you about, you see. But if you go around in the slipstream and sit on the stage nice and quiet and just lean against the wall, you can feel it moving, you know, rocking. Nice.
Nice.
A big gust and you'll feel it go right over, and then there's a bit of a lee in the wind, zoom, you feel it come back. It's quite unbelievable, you know. There's not many people experienced out like that.
I keep like getting that feeling in my gut.
I'm not so bothered by it, but I get that.
I am extremely bothered by it.
for the next staging. And, you know, you can work quite comfortably as though you were on the ground.
Oh, yeah, great. Great, quite comfortably.
When I've done it, when I've got all the gear up, you know, to me, it's a bloody magnificent achievement, you know.
It has Bolton on the ladder.
Really got
It's
the
all
world
connected,
at your
Fred.
feet. You know,
Bolton, there it is.
There are
Oh
even
my
more
God.
connections. The last thing we're gonna do, I'm gonna show you the final connection I discovered. It's all
Oh
connected.
no, oh
Yeah,
no.
like,
are you
really got
kidding
the
me?
Seriously,
world
all
at your feet.
connected.
I'm just gonna scream.
Wonderful sensation is to turn round and put your back to the wall, and so your vision's straight out, and you appear to be just suspended in air, you know, 200 feet up off the floor, and you're like, as though you're just hanging off somewhere up in heaven, you know, in the clouds, which is nice because you can sit there and have a smoke and sort of look about, you know, and survey the land. You know, I think about what I'm going to do with my engine at home tonight and what big problem can we solve. You know, I've solved a lot of problems sitting on tops of factory chimneys.
He solved world peace. He figured out how to get a Nobel Peace Prize. Oh, okay, Ryan. What is your final connection?
Oh, you want to see the final connection? There's a funny little bit of footage. The acrobat.
Steeplejack Thrills,
In
Geneva.
Geneva, where the 280-foot spire of St. Peter's Cathedral is under repair, 23-year-old Henry Viate scales the scaffolding, apparently set on joining the angels before his time. At the highest point, this intrepid son of an acrobat spends his lunch break limbering up in the heavenly gymnasium.
JT, thank you for the raid. Hi, I am her. Oh my god,
Oh.
the busky. Oh my god. You know, I'm gonna be getting my own emote of the sort soon. Here's the work in progress. But yeah, Dumpy. Good to see you again, JT. How was your stream? What were you up to? The rise of the Dumpies is going smoothly. Oh yeah, this is a smooth Dumpy. Oh.
When it's time to knock off, Henry takes the short way down. There is another way, but steeplejacks don't talk about that.
All they've done is talk about falling off chimneys.
Risky though it looks, the queer thing about steeplejacking is that it's really the safest job in the world. No competition.
Oh my god. That's such a doofy. Well, welcome in everyone. It's good to see you. Your body's extremely tired, so you just stop. That's valid. That is extremely valid. I'm glad that you were listening to your body and that you're taking care of yourself.
You need a Riker body.
You do, yeah. Riker will help get you set up.
I was going to pick you up and carry you to bed.
It's the safe.
Okay, do you want to see the final? God.
Yeah.
I just got
Yandev.
flashbanged with Yandev's heavy.
Yandev. I was watching a good kind of overview of some of the problems in the code.
So open, if you go to the Google Drive, Fred, for the final connection.
Okay.
As a perhaps promotion for next time we do Wheel of Death, open up image B2.
Okay. From Bolton Brown.
No, from the other one, the other folder.
Wait, which other? I'm looking at the Ryan Roulette folder. Oh, the one that we don't say the name of.
Yeah, not yet.
Yeah. Okay. Well, what was it again? The B2.
B2.
Okay.
This is our teaser for next time.
Okay. Let's take a look. Fred, not sure. Oh yeah. So this is one thing that I think I might have mentioned on stream, just barely. Saw this on another page. Not sure Fred Dibna drank Guinness, but he should have.
Here's the thing, guys. If I die, do not pour shit on my grave.
I want that cum on my headstone.
Mike's final act. They'll wheel him over to your headstone.
All right, get me over there. I need to take a shit on Fred's grave.
He'll just turn into King Ass Ripper for like 30 seconds.
Go said if, not when. Yeah. Good point. A much loved steeplejack, Fred Dibna. So what's the what's the crossover here with
that's Fred
with Bolton
Dibna's
Brown?
gravestone.
Wait.
No, that's from another topic we're covering. And that's Fred Dibna's headstone.
I was afraid that you were going to say that like this is Bolton Brown's dad or something. Like
Bolton
Brown's
Brown's
dad
connected to steeplejacking because the Bolton ladder, right? And Fred Dibna is connected to this secret subject because of the Fred Dibna's gravestone.
Because of Guinness. He not sure if he drank Guinness, but he should have. Oh. God,
Fred.
I'm going to scream.
Is that mainly because of inflatable Riker?
I mean, that too.
Oh my god.
And it all ties back to Tommy Tallarico, exactly.
Yeah, that's where it all begins.
This is a good place to stop. We're going to learn about Guinness next time. I am very excited about this. It's going to be madness. But thank you everyone for hanging out. Thank you for everyone who hung out after the raids, who gave bits and subs. Everyone being patient with us as we set up Riker.
Yeah.
And
I'm full of Daxons.
Oh. We are going to Awu. No, thank you everyone. This has been madness. Tomorrow we're gonna have Nick Nocturne on, and we're going to be talking about My Milwaukee, of which I am completely unfamiliar, so it's going to be a day of discovery. Nick is very excited. Like when the idea of getting to show me My Milwaukee came up, he just absolutely he popped off. He said, look at nothing about it. He wanted me to go in completely blind. So that's tomorrow. And then Sunday we have viewer submissions again. But thank you everyone. It's been a pleasure. We need to find someone to bother. Oh. Okay, hold on. Guess who just went live? Michaelston Jabrany. Mike just went live, so that's going to be a nice long stream for all of you. I'll send you on over. Thank you, everyone. I will see you tomorrow. Please take care of yourselves. Stay hydrated. Listen to your body.
Take care of yourselves.
And Ryan, thank you very much for joining.
You're welcome, Fred.
Raid message? Ooh.
Oh, that's a tough one, isn't it? I think it should be Riker related.
Yeah, it should be. Inflates your Riker. Okay, there it is. Inflates your Riker.
Puts it in your Beverly Crusher.
That's our raid message. Jabroni _ Mike. Please.
Every so often I look at the Twitch stream and I see inflated Riker and I can't.
But goodbye, everyone. I'll see you again very soon.